The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? God and ruler of all the earth, from your holy throne you reign over all the nations. Show your greatness and your holiness to the peoples. Make yourself known in the sight of all the nations. In the confusion of conflict and the ravages of war, make yourself known in the sight of Ukraine, to her leaders and to all her people. In the prosperity of 75 years of trade and commerce, and amid the polarization of its politics, make yourself known in the sight of Israel, to her leaders and to all her people. In the hubris of aggression and the arrogance of imperialism, make yourself known in the sight of belligerent nations, to their leaders and to all their people. In the certainty of our convictions, as well as in the discord of our discourse, make yourself known in the sight of these United States, to our leaders and to our compatriots. For your hand, O Lord, is not too short that it cannot save those who seek you, nor your ear so dull that it cannot hear the prayers of those who call on you. Do not let the noises of this world so confuse us that we cannot hear you speak. In your sovereign name we pray, Lord, hear our prayers. Amen.
Amen. The chair examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The chair will lead the House in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
After consultation among the Speaker and the majority and minority leaders, and with their consent, the chair announces that when the two houses meet in joint meeting to hear an address by His Excellency Isaac Herzog, President of the State of Israel, only the doors immediately opposite the Speaker and those immediately to his left and right will be open. No one will be allowed on the floor of the House who does not have the privilege of the floor of the House due to the large attendance that is anticipated. The rule regarding the privilege of the floor must be strictly enforced. Children of members will not be permitted on the floor. The cooperation of all members is requested. The practice of reserving seats prior to the joint meeting by the place card will not be allowed. Members may reserve their seats by physical presence only following the security sweep of the chambers. Pursuant to the order of the House of Monday, July 17, 2023, the House stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. The House will come to order. If members would clear the aisle, please.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
The joint meeting will come to order. The chair appoints as members of the committee on part of the House to escort His Excellency Isaac Herzog into the chamber. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Stefanik. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamborn. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Gabarino. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Malatakis. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Diaz-Pasito. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lalaudo. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Miller. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jeffries. The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark. The gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar. The gentleman from California, Mr. Liu. The gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Delbena. The gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips. The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. The gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman. The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Shashkowski. The gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Meng. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Manning. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz.
The President of the Senate, at the direction of that body, appoints the following senators as members of the Committee on the part of the Senate to escort His Excellency Isaac Herzog, President of the State of Israel, into the House chamber. The Senator from New York, Mr. Schumer. The Senator from Illinois, Mr. Durbin. The Senator from Washington, Mrs. Murray. The Senator from Michigan, Ms. Stabenow. The Senator from Minnesota, Ms. Klobuchar. The Senator from Wisconsin, Ms. Baldwin. The Senator from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez. The Senator from Nevada, Ms. Rosen. The Senator from Kentucky, Mr. McConnell. The Senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune. The Senator from Wyoming, Mr. Barrasso. The Senator from West Virginia, Mrs. Capito. The Senator from Iowa, Ms. Ernst. The Senator from Montana, Mr. Daines. The Senator from Iowa, Mr. Grassley. The Senator from Idaho, Mr. Risch.
The members of the escort committee will exit the chamber through the lobby doors.
Rising come to your whole district. I know it's an open.
Mr. Speaker, the Acting Dean of the Diplomatic Corps.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the State of Israel.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you His Excellency Isaac Herzog, President of the State of Israel.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, on November 10th, 1987, I was sitting at home with my wife, Michal, expecting our first child. We were watching the first Israeli president invited to address a joint session of Congress in honor of Israel's 40th Independence Day. That president was my father. Standing here today, representing the Jewish Democratic State of Israel in its 75th year, at the very podium from which my late father, President Chaim Herzog, spoke, is the honor of a lifetime, and I thank you wholeheartedly for it. I was born and raised in Israel, but my father's diplomatic post at the United Nations brought my family to New York in the 1970s. During high school, I volunteered with the Legal Aid Society for the Elderly in Brooklyn, New York. I volunteered with the impoverished and the underprivileged elderly, including war veterans and Holocaust survivors who gave their best years to the country they loved. My mentor at the organization was a subtle, reserved professional. She was strictly business. The moment she broke character has remained with me for almost 50 years. It was the day she told me the love of her life died fighting for Israel. Her fiancé, a tall, bright American Jewish boy, was inspired by the Zionist dream and the Jewish people's desire for independence. He voluntarily boarded a ship to Haifa, fought in the Israeli military, and fell in the battle for Israel's independence just weeks before their wedding. Although decades had gone by and she rebuilt her life, the cracks in her heart remained. That moment in which I learned of the life he gave for the state of Israel spoke to the very core of the bond forged between the people of the United States and the people of Israel. How the nations we built overcame loss. How deeply our stories complement each other's. How far we have all come together. Speaker McCarthy, I thank you for hosting this festive joint session of Congress celebrating the first 75 years of Israel's independence. Just a few weeks ago, during your first trip abroad as Speaker, you honored the Israeli people by addressing the Knesset in Jerusalem, the capital of the State of Israel and the Jewish people. Your sincere expression of friendship on behalf of the United States of America truly resonated with the Israelis. Thank you. Vice President Harris, it is such a great pleasure to see you again. I vividly recall hosting you at the Knesset a few years back. Your stirring remarks at the Israeli Embassy's Independence Day reception a few weeks ago reflect both yours and President Biden's decades-long ironclad friendship with Israel. Special thanks go to former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who first invited me less than a year ago, together with Senator Chuck Schumer. And special thanks to dear friends, Senate Minority Leader Senator Mitch McConnell and House Minority Leader Congressman Hakeem Jeffries for this bipartisan, bicameral invitation. And my thanks also to the distinguished members of the Escort Committee for greeting me so beautifully. Mr. Speaker, dear friends, in Jewish weddings, a glass is placed on the ground, intentionally stomped on. This ritual evokes the destruction of our temple in Jerusalem 2,000 years ago. Only after the glass is broken, the celebration can truly begin. Amidst the most joyous occasions in the lives of two individuals who have come together to build something whole, we recall what was once broken in our nation. Thus, the bitter blends with the sweet. Today, the Hebrew calendar points to the first day of the month of Av. In Jewish tradition, this is a somber period in which we mourn the loss of our sovereignty. Jewish communities all over the world lament the beginning of our national exile, where throughout 2 millennia we continuously expressed a spiritual connection to our ancestral homeland, a longing to return home and regain our independence. Yet today, at this moment in my people's history, gathering on Capitol Hill to celebrate 75 years of Israeli independence with our greatest partner and friend, the United States of America, my soul is overflowing with pride and joy. The people of Israel are grateful to no end for the ancient promise fulfilled and for the friendship we have forged. In 1949, the President of the United States of America, Harry S. Truman, met with the chief rabbi of the newly established State of Israel, my grandfather, Rabbi Yitzchak Isaac Halevi Herzog, in the Oval Office. This was just a few years after each of them pleaded and campaigned for the rescue of Europe's Jews being slaughtered in the Holocaust by the Nazis. In speaking to President Truman, Rabbi Herzog thanked him for being the first world leader to officially recognize the State of Israel 11 minutes after its foundation. He spoke, Rabbi Herzog, of the divine providence that destined President Truman to help bring about the rebirth of Israel after 2,000 years of exile. Witnesses of the encounter recalled tears running down President Truman's cheeks. We're honored to have President Truman's grandson, Clifton Truman Daniel, with us here today. When the State of Israel was established in 1948, the land which the Almighty promised Abraham, to which Moses led the Israelites, the land of the Bible, of milk and honey, evolved into an exquisite land of democracy. Against all odds, the Jewish people returned home and built a national home which became a beautiful Israeli democracy, a mosaic of Jews, Muslims, Christians, Druze and Circassians, secular, traditional, and Orthodox, of all denominations, of all possible views and lifestyles. A land which welcomed the ingathering of exiles from over 100 nations. A land which became the startup nation, a bustling hub of innovation and creativity, social action and intellectual discovery, spiritual awakening and business ventures, scientific ingenuity, and life-saving medical breakthroughs. We built a nation-state which has faced relentless war, terror, and delegitimization since its birth. A country fighting to defend itself from enemy and foe, yet whose citizens continue to greet each other with the word peace, Shalom, a country which takes pride in its vibrant democracy, its protection of minorities, human rights and civil liberties as laid down by its parliament, the Knesset, and safeguarded by its strong Supreme Court and independent judiciary. A state founded on complete equality of social and political rights to all its inhabitants, irrespective of religion, race, or gender, as stipulated explicitly in Israel's Declaration of Independence, a country which is ever evolving, a diverse amalgam of accents, beliefs, backgrounds, and customs, truly a modern-day miracle. This is the sweetness in which our country has been blessed. However, dear friends, the bitter casts a dark shadow on our country, on our region, and on the world. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the greatest challenge Israel and the United States face at this time together is the Iranian nuclear program. Let there be no doubt, Iran does not strive to attain nuclear energy for peaceful purposes. Iran is building nuclear capabilities that pose a threat to the stability of the Middle East and beyond. Every country or region controlled or infiltrated by Iran has experienced utter havoc. We have seen this in Yemen, in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Iraq. In fact, we have seen this in Iran itself, where the regime has lost its people and is suppressing them brutally. Iran has spread hatred, terror, and suffering throughout the Middle East and beyond, adding fuel to the disastrous fire and suffering in Ukraine. Iran is the only nation on the planet publicly calling, plotting, and developing means to annihilate another nation, a member of the family of nations, the State of Israel. Israel has no border with Iran. Israel has no resources contested by Iran. Israel has no conflict with the Iranian people. And yet, the Iranian regime, together with its proxies throughout the Middle East, is aiming and working towards destroying the State of Israel, killing the Jews, and challenging the entire world, the entire free world. Allowing Iran to become a nuclear threshold state, whether by omission or by diplomatic commission, is unacceptable. The world cannot remain indifferent to the Iranian regime's call to wipe Israel off the map. Tolerating this call and Iran's measures to realize it is an excusable moral collapse. Backed by the free world, Israel and the United States must act forcefully together to prevent Iran's fundamental threat to international security. I am here to reiterate what every Israeli leader has declared for decades. The State of Israel is determined to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapon capabilities. Mr. Speaker, we are proud to be the United States' closest partner and friend. We are grateful to the United States for the necessary means you have provided us to keep our qualitative military edge and to enable us to defend ourselves by ourselves. This reflects your ongoing commitment to Israel's security. We are also tremendously proud that ours is a two-way alliance in which Israel has been making critical contributions to the national security interests of the United States of America in numerous ways. Thank you, dear members of Congress, for your support of Israel throughout history and at this critical moment in time. Mr. Speaker, there is no question that the peace which the United States brokered between Israel and its neighbors has revolutionized the Middle East. The historic peace treaties with the Arab Republic of Egypt and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan have demonstrated the many blessings of opting out of the cycle of war. Both Jordan and Egypt have contributed tremendously to solidifying the precious peace and enhancing our region's stability and well-being. 3 years ago, the Abraham Accords realigned our imaginations and our nation and our region. Israel eagerly welcomed the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, and the Kingdom of Morocco into an exclusive warm peace between our peoples. Since signing the accords, over 1 million Israelis have visited the Abrahamic nations, a clear expression of our will to become integrated in the region. This is a peace anchored in trust, hope, and prosperity, a true game changer. Each of these historic agreements, which have altered the trajectory of the Middle East, was facilitated by our greatest friends, the United States of America. Israel's hand is extended and our heart is open to any partner in peace, near or far. Israel thanks the United States for working towards establishing peaceful relations between Israel and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a leading nation in the region and in the Muslim world. We pray for this moment to come. This would be a huge sea change in the course of history in the Middle East and the world at large. My deep yearning, Mr. Speaker, is for Israel to one day make peace with our Palestinian neighbors. Over the years, Israel has taken bold steps towards peace and made far-reaching proposals to our Palestinian neighbors. However, true peace cannot be anchored in violence, notwithstanding the deep political differences and the numerous challenges that surround the Israeli-Palestinian conflict and relations, and I do not ignore them. It should be clear that one cannot talk about peace while condoning and legitimizing terror implicitly or explicitly. True peace cannot be anchored in violence. Palestinian terror against Israel or Israelis undermines any possibility for a future of peace between our peoples. Israelis are targeted while waiting for buses, while taking a stroll on the promenade, while spending time with their family. At the same time, successful terror attacks are celebrated, terrorists are glorified, and their families are financially rewarded for every Israeli they attack. This is inconceivable. It is a moral disgrace. Terror is not a bump in the road. Terror is hatred and bloodshed. It contradicts humanity's most basic principles of peace. Israel cannot and will not tolerate terror, and we know that in this we are joined by the United States of America. Israeli soldiers, Oron Shaul and Hadar Goldin, and 2 civilians, Hisham al-Said and Avera Mengistu, are being held hostage by Hamas for years for the sole purpose of torturing the families they left behind. Lieutenant Hadar Goldin was abducted in violation of a UN-sponsored humanitarian ceasefire negotiated by the United States. His family has been fighting for 9 years to bring him home. I asked Hadar Goldin's mother, Leah, to be with us here today. We pray for her son's return, as well as the 3 other Israelis. We pray for the fulfillment of Isaiah's prophecy. Nation shall not take up sword against nation, neither shall they know war anymore. The younger generation of Israelis and Palestinians deserve better. They are all worthy of a future to look towards, a future of peace and prosperity, a future of hope, and I'm wholeheartedly committed to this vision, a vision of hope and peace, true peace, without any terror. Mr. Speaker, dear friends, the sacred bond we share is unique in scope and quality because it is based on values that reach across generations, across administrations, across governments and coalitions, carrying us through times of turmoil and elation. 160 years ago, it was President Abraham Lincoln who spoke of the dream to restore the Jews to their national home as one shared by many Americans. The inscription on Philadelphia's Liberty Bell articulates the Hebrew Bible's code of ethics. Proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto the inhabitants thereof. This verse from Leviticus, shining through the crack of the Liberty Bell, underscores the principles that fuel the American dream. These words have bound our nation through the ages. Coming together today in this chamber of liberty and freedom, we are all realizing the hopes of our founding fathers and mothers. We are very proud, so very proud, of the true friendship we have forged, a mutually beneficial partnership that has withstood challenges and weathered great disagreements because it is based not on uniformity of approach, but on the ultimate currency of trust. It is not dependent upon operating in harmony, but on the history we share, on the truths we cherish, on the values we embody. This partnership is based also on similarities and the affinity between our peoples, the courageous immigrants and the trailblazing pioneers. It is rooted deep in our respective declarations of independence. In the American Declaration of Independence, the founders appealed to the supreme judge of the world. In the Israeli Declaration of Independence, influenced by America's, our founders placed their trust in the Rock of Israel, Tzur Israel. The revered American Jewish spiritual leader, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, embodied the bridge between our peoples and the story of American Jewry. After escaping from the Holocaust, Rabbi Heschel publicly advocated interfaith dialogue. He fought for civil liberties in America and marched alongside Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the historic march from Selma to Montgomery in March of 1965. Rabbi Heschel wrote, "To be is to stand for. To be is to stand for. I'm so pleased to have his daughter, Professor Susanna Heschel of Dartmouth, joining us here today. Thank you, Susanna. Susanna, your father reminds us that the principles we defend make us what we are. Ultimately, Israel and the United States stand, and indeed have always stood, for the same values. Our two nations are both diverse, life-affirming societies that stand for liberty, equality, and freedom. At our core, both our peoples seek to repair the cracks in the world. Having said this, I'm really well aware that our world is changing. A new generation of Israelis and Americans are assuming leadership roles, a generation that was not privy to the hardship of Israel's formative years, a generation that is less engaged in the roots that connect our peoples, a generation that perhaps takes for granted the US-Israel relationship. Yet, at this moment, I am optimistic, because to me it is clear that the shift in generations does not reflect changing values, nor does it indicate changes in our interests. When the United States is strong, Israel is stronger. And when Israel is strong, the United States is more secure. Today, my dear friends, we are provided the opportunity to reaffirm and redefine the future of our relationship. Each of us here has a decisive role in the future we are building. Many of the challenges Israel and the United States face are similar. We are all experiencing a tumultuous shift in balance, evident in countless areas: geopolitical unrest, big power competition, catastrophic war in Ukraine, pandemics, climate crisis, the unknown of artificial intelligence, energy shortages, food insecurity, scarcity of water and desertification, global terror, social polarization, and the attempts to destabilize democracy. Each of these challenges present an opportunity to seek out solutions together, which will benefit the global community. Israel has the ability to contribute in a unique, significant fashion to addressing these challenges. Israel and the United States are world leaders in aiding countries whose peoples have suffered. Our collaborative capabilities, coupled with our mutual beneficial partnership, are the key to the future of our children. To us, it is clear that America is irreplaceable to Israel, and Israel is irreplaceable to America. It is time to design the next stage of our evolving friendship and our growing partnership together. So let's do it together, ladies and gentlemen. Let's elevate our partnership to new levels. Mr. Speaker, I'm not oblivious to criticism among friends, including some expressed by respected members of this House. I respect criticism, especially from friends, although one does not always have to accept it. But criticism of Israel must not cross the line into negation of the State of Israel's right to exist. Questioning the Jewish people's right to self-determination is not legitimate diplomacy, it is anti-Semitism. Vilifying and attacking Jews, whether in Israel, in the United States, or anywhere else in the world, is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is a disgrace in every form, and I commend President Joe Biden for laying out the United States' first ever national strategy to combat anti-Semitism. Dear friends, it's no secret that over the past few months, the Israeli people have engaged in a heated and painful debate. We have been immersed in voicing our differences and revisiting and renegotiating the balance of our institutional powers in the absence of a written constitution. In practice, the intense debate going on back home, even as we speak, is the clearest tribute to the fortitude of Israel's democracy. Israel's democracy has always been based on free and fair elections, on honoring the people's choice, on safeguarding minority rights, on protection of human and civil liberties, and on a strong and independent judiciary. Our democracy is also 120 members of Knesset, comprised of Jews, Muslims, Christians, Druze, representing every opinion under the Israeli sun, working and debating side by side. Our democracy is also late Friday afternoon, when the sound of the muezzin calling to prayer blends with a siren announcing the Sabbath in Jerusalem, while on one of the largest and most impressive LGBTQ pride parades in the world is going on in Tel Aviv. Our democracy is also reflected in protesters taking to the streets all across the country to emphatically raise their voices and fervently demonstrate their points of view. Our democracy is the blue and white Israeli flag, waved and loved by all Israelis taking part in the debate. I am well aware of the imperfections of Israeli democracy, and I'm conscious of the questions posed by our greatest of friends. The momentous debate in Israel is painful and deeply unnerving because it highlights the cracks in the whole, within the entire whole. And as President of Israel, I am here to tell the American people and each of you that I have great confidence in Israeli democracy. Although we are working through sour issues, just like you, I know our democracy is strong and resilient. Israel has democracy in its DNA. I am deeply mindful of the challenge which this moment presents to Israeli society, and I've made it the priority of my presidency to play a leading role in this critical and emotional public discussion. I will say to you, dear friends, in English, what I've said to my people, my sisters and brothers in Hebrew back home. As a nation, we must find a way to talk to each other, no matter how long it takes. As head of state, I will continue doing everything to reach broad public consensus and to preserve, protect, and defend the state of Israel's democracy. Dear friends, for so many Israelis, this very public debate is also very personal. It is now a little after 6 p.m. in Israel. They will sit down to dinner together besides family or friends with whom they may severely disagree. But they are and they will always remain family. Israel and the United States will inevitably disagree on many matters, but we will always remain family. Our revolutionary societies have so much to give to the world and so much to learn from each other. Our bond may be challenged at times, but it is absolutely unbreakable. The Israeli national anthem, Hatikva, is a song of hope. The late Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sacks wrote that in Judaism, hope is an active virtue which requires a great deal of courage. Hope is the belief that together we can make the world better, that we can overcome any setback and heal the fractures in our world. Israel's first 75 years were rooted in an ancient dream. Let us base our next 75 years on hope, our shared hope that we can heal our fractured world as the closest of allies and friends. Thank you, members of both houses, for celebrating Israel's independence. Am Yisrael Chai. God bless the state of Israel and God bless the United States of America.
The joint meeting of the two houses now dissolved. The House will continue in recess subject to the call of the chair.
Good job, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent that the proceedings that are had during the recess be printed in the record.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on H.R. 3935.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 597 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 3935. The Chair appoints the gentleman from New York, Mr. Garbarino, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for consideration of H.R. 3935, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to reauthorize and improve the Federal Aviation Administration and other civil aviation programs and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the bill is considered read the first time. General debate shall be confined to the bill and shall not exceed 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or their respective designees. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, is a bipartisan bill to reauthorize the Federal Aviation Administration and the nation's aviation safety and infrastructure program for the next 5 years. I want to thank Transportation Infrastructure Committee Ranking Member Rick Larson, Aviation Subcommittee Chairman Garrett Graves, and Aviation Subcommittee Ranking Member Steve Cohen for working with me to develop and introduce this legislation. For over a century, the United States has led the world in aviation safety and innovation. Unfortunately, our gold standard status is being threatened by increasing global competition, by rapid developments in technology, a shortage of aviation professionals, and the inefficiencies and lack of leadership in the FAA. H.R. 3935 is critical to keeping America a global leader in aviation. It's vital to our economy, to millions of American jobs, and to the 850 million passengers that depend on our national airspace system every single year. If Congress fails to act on a new long-term aviation measure by September 30th, when the current FAA law expires, key aviation programs will cease to function. H.R. 3935 provides the necessary long-term certainty that it is demanded by both the civil aviation system and the aviation community to guarantee its safety and prosperity for decades to come. This bill not only improves FAA's efficiency through reasonable organizational changes, but makes the agency more agile while simultaneously prioritizing safety each step of the way. The FAA is simply too slow in everything it does, from rulemaking to aircraft registrations and from certifications to just simple paperwork. This bill ensures robust investment in infrastructure for airports of all sizes, including the thousands of smaller and general aviation airports that make up the bulk of our aviation system. I'm proud to say our bill includes the first ever general aviation title in the FAA reauthorization bill. GA is the foundation to our civil aviation system. It's where many of our pilots, mechanics, and other aviation professionals begin their careers, gaining valuable experience along their journey in the aviation industry. This bill recognizes the importance of GA and protects the freedom to fly for every American. As previously mentioned, growing shortages across the aerospace workforce are a true threat to the future of American aviation. H.R. 3935 addresses workforce challenges head-on by removing barriers for entry for individuals and veterans interested in pursuing careers in aviation, such as through the Career Program. Bottom line, our bill encourages growth in the aviation workforce through meaningful reforms, the most meaningful in decades. What's more, H.R. 3935 maintains American leadership when it comes to the development and integration of new and emerging technologies into the airspace, such as drones and advanced air mobility. Specifically, this bill requires the FAA to stop endless testing and pilot programs that go nowhere to integrate innovations such as drones and AAM into the national airspace system. As air travel recovers from the COVID pandemic, renewed growth in air travel has come with some difficulties, obviously, for the traveling public. Our bipartisan bill includes an entire title dedicated to improving the flying experience for the traveling public, an issue that each of our offices hear about from constituents probably on a daily basis. Finally, and most importantly, the bill recognizes that while our aviation system is safe, we must continue to raise the bar for safety. As such, this bill includes a number of safety-focused provisions to ensure that America continues to be the world's gold standard in aviation safety. One of those most important safety features of this bill is a title for 5-year reauthorization of the National Transportation Safety Board, the NTSB. It's the independent federal agency that investigates all civil aviation accidents and transportation accidents throughout the sector, for that matter. I believe that securing growth and robust leadership in American Aviation Act, I believe it is one of the most important pieces of legislation this body is going to consider in the 118th Congress. This bill is vital to America's airport infrastructure, to our economy, and to the future of American leadership in aviation. I'd urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, I'd reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek to be recognized for as much time as may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, introduced by TNAC Committee Chair Graves, Subcommittee Chair Graves, Subcommittee Ranking Member Cohen, and myself. And I do want to, as well, extend my thanks to the Chairman of the full committee, Sam Graves of Missouri, and the Subcommittee Chair, Garrett Graves of Louisiana, for their commitment to a bipartisan effort done in good faith to get this bill done that protects the flying public and secures the future of the U.S. aviation system. In my own state of Washington State, the aviation sector is a powerful engine, economic engine that creates good paying jobs and supports local communities in the Pacific Northwest. And this bill delivers for my constituents as well as for all Americans across the country. It advances American leadership in aviation safety and innovation, strengthens and diversifies our aviation workforce, expands consumer protections and accessibility, and fosters environmental sustainability in aviation. Although the U.S. aviation system is the safest in the world, the last few years have shown there is still work to do. The rise in runway near misses at some U.S. airports expose a vulnerability for the flying public. This reauthorization will help prevent these events by expanding ground surveillance and detection capabilities to all large and medium hub U.S. airports. Further, unruly passengers continue to pose a threat to flight crews and other frontline workers. This bill better protects workers by creating a task force on preventing assaults against airline personnel and enforcing the requirement that airlines establish employee assault and response plans. Recent flight cancellations and delays have shaken the confidence of passengers in the U.S. aviation system. To get us back on the right course, the reauthorization requires airlines to create resiliency plans to address mass flight disruptions. It also takes steps to make passengers whole by requiring airlines to develop policies to cover food and hotel expenses due to flight disruptions. The bill also supports the administration's push for family seating by requiring airlines to establish policies allowing passengers to sit next to their young children if adjacent seats are available. Also, for too long, passengers with disabilities have experienced inexcusable barriers in air travel, from challenges with boarding the aircraft and inaccessible onboard lavatories to damaged and mishandled wheelchairs and mobility aids. This bill paves the way for safer and more dignified air travel for this particular community by directing the DOT to create a roadmap for airlines to reduce damage to mobility aids and to improve training for airline personnel and contractors on assisting passengers with disabilities. Climate change is a growing threat to millions of Americans and the infrastructure we rely on, and this bill makes groundbreaking investments in sustainability, increasing federal funding for the Airport Improvement Program from $3.35 billion to $4 billion, and dedicating a minimum of $150 million to airport environmental and noise programs. It also allows U.S. airports to use these funds for alternative fuel infrastructure and environmental resiliency projects and works to mitigate the impacts of aviation noise on local communities. It directs the FAA to review and revise federal aviation noise standards, to seek feedback from neighboring communities as well. Furthermore, the bill requires the FAA to take certain actions to reduce undesirable aircraft noise when implementing or revising a flight procedure. These actions build the foundation for a cleaner future for our aviation ecosystem. And to secure American leadership in aerospace innovation, we must provide a clear and predictable framework for emerging industries to scale safely while ensuring the needs of communities are addressed. From drones to electric or hydrogen-powered aircraft, advanced aviation technologies have clear economic and societal benefits. In Washington State, drones will soon be used to deliver critical medical supplies in the Tacoma area, helping to reduce barriers to care for patients. This authorization also requires the FAA to issue proposed rules for drones to safely scale in this country, providing regulatory certainty to a growing sector, ensuring their safe integration into our skies and creating U.S. jobs. It also helps state, local, and tribal governments acquire drones for infrastructure inspection and repair to help workers do their jobs more safely, and extends a program that I championed to fund states and community efforts to plan for a future with advanced air mobility operations and infrastructure. And our talented and dedicated U.S. workforce is the backbone of American aviation and makes the nation's leadership in aviation safety and innovation possible. And this reauthorization is a jobs bill. It helps build the economy from the middle out and the bottom up and diversifies the aviation workforce, recognizing how critical that effort is to our nation's long-term economic success, making robust investments in the FAA's Aviation Workforce Development Program to upskill the next generation of pilots, maintenance technicians, manufacturing workers, and other critical professions. It'll help local businesses like Aviation Tech Services in Everett, Washington, to expand their apprenticeship and training programs and compete in the rapidly evolving global aviation sector. The bill also creates the Willow Brown Aviation Education Program and establishes a national center for the advancement of aerospace to support and promote aviation workforce development opportunities for everyone. And crucially, it requires the FAA to hire the maximum number of air traffic controllers, as well as to adopt the most appropriate controller staffing model to meet growing airspace needs. And I want to spend my final bit of comments on the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, because this bill also reaffirms and strengthens the U.S. Department of Transportation's DBE program. And as we increase investment under this bill and dedicate federal dollars to airport projects, it is imperative that we ensure the process of awarding federal transportation contract dollars that allows for full participation on a level playing field by minority-owned and women-owned businesses. The committee has accumulated evidence attesting to systemic discrimination that women and minorities face in their attempts to establish, grow, and operate construction businesses, including those seeking contracts for airport construction projects and airport concessions across the country. This evidence, including testimony at a hearing titled Driving Equity, the U.S. Department of Transportation's Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program, held on September 23, 2020, since the passage of the last bill. We've received and reviewed disparity studies, testimony, and other evidence, including statistical analysis contained in numerous disparity studies conducted since 2018, the Department of Justice report on lawful uses of race or sex in federal contracting programs, and the DOT's own report on DBE goal attainment. These studies and reports continue to demonstrate that race and gender-neutral efforts alone are insufficient to address the problem. The evidence demonstrates that discrimination across the U.S. poses an injurious and enduring barrier to full and fair participation in airport-related businesses of women business owners and minority business owners, and has negatively affected firm formation, development, and success in many aspects of airport-related businesses in public and private markets. The evidence provides a clear picture of the inequality caused by this discrimination that continue to plague our nation, and strong basis that there's a compelling need for the continuation of the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program to address race and gender discrimination in airport-related businesses. So I'd ask unanimous consent to include in the record over 65 studies and reports spanning communities in 25 states showing significant disparity between the use of DBE and non-DBE subcontractors. The full text of each report is held on file electronically with the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure.
The gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
The Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act is a long-term, comprehensive, and bipartisan reauthorization that cements a safer, cleaner, greener, and more innovative and accessible future for the U.S. aviation system. I want to end my opening comments by again thanking Chair Graves and Subcommittee Chair Graves for making sure that they were reaching out to the Democratic side of the aisle to ensure that we could have a bipartisan and collaborative bill put together. And I want to thank Subcommittee Ranking Member Cohen for his leadership as Ranking Member of the Aviation Subcommittee, and for all the staff for their hard work as well. Particularly, I want to thank the minority staff of the Subcommittee on Aviation, Staff Director Brian Bell, Professional Staff Alex Minardi, Counsel Adam Weiss, and our FAA detailee Liz Foro for their hard work and countless hours they spent crafting this legislation with their majority counterparts. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 5 minutes to the Chairman of the Aviation Subcommittee, the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Graves.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this legislation reflects the input of members of Congress, of the flying public and stakeholders, to the tune of over 2,000 unique submissions that we process, that we put together, and ultimately yield a bill that is in excess of 840 pages. This legislation is the result of hundreds of meetings, of dozens of hearings dating back years, and most importantly, Mr. Chairman, this legislation passed the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee with unanimous bipartisan support. This legislation takes important steps in ensuring that we have continuity and consistency within the FAA. It makes fundamental organizational changes, taking a 1970s organization and updating it for today. It establishes the Deputy Administrator for Safety and Operations, the Assistant Administrator for Rulemaking and Regulatory Improvement. It establishes an Office of Innovation, an FAA Ombudsman, and many other important changes in the organizational structure of this antiquated and slow-moving agency. Mr. Chairman, this legislation is focused on the passenger experience. You can imagine these families traveling and going to satellite parking lots, taking shuttles to airports, trying to check in bags, trying to go through security, dealing with concessionaires at the airport, getting on the airplane, and on the backside effectively doing it all over again at your destination airport. We've got to have someone that looks at this entire process to ensure that it's consistent, that it's complementary, that it's streamlined, and this bill does just that, improving upon that passenger experience, ensuring that we're deploying the best technology, the most updated technology as quickly as possible, pulling back the veil on air traffic control and other operations that often result in a negative or adverse passenger experience. Mr. Chairman, this legislation addresses many of the very concerns that we hear from the flying public. We have areas where we have shortages in personnel on the government side, on the private sector side, as the ranking member noted. We ensure that we incentivize new entrants into this growing workforce to make sure that we have the pilots, the air traffic controllers, the A&P mechanics, those that are operating new entrants into the market, to ensure that that customer experience is positive. Mr. Chairman, this legislation also takes significant advances in an area where I care a lot about, in new entrants in the market. This FAA was really established or set up for a scenario when you had a few airplanes a week that were coming off of assembly lines. Now we're facing a scenario where you're going to have thousands and thousands of unmanned systems that are coming out on a weekly basis. We have to make sure that our regulatory, that our statutory environment is one that actually facilitates these new entrants in the market. Title VII facilitates these new technologies. Everything from allowing for drones to be used for delivery, making decisions on beyond visual line of sight, ensures that we're operating in a risk-based framework for safety. It codifies the Part 107 waiver process to ensure that we're standardizing the waiver process and provides transparency. It ensures the designation of critical infrastructure related to drones, something that should have been done. I want to remind my FAA friends in 2016 and establishes a mandate for that action. It helps to streamline the environmental process. It clarifies and eliminates burdensome rules regarding the delivery of certain products. It allows for unmanned systems to be used for wildfires, and it includes the DIG Act for infrastructure inspections. In the advanced air mobility space, it creates certainty for eVTOL, electric vertical and takeoff equipment. It ensures that the process, the notice of proposed rulemaking that's going through, is completed and provides certainty moving forward. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to go through everything in this 841-page bill. But I do want to make note that the leader of this bill, the leader of this committee, Sam Graves, is the most knowledgeable aviation expert that has ever led this committee. And his hand was involved in every page of this legislation. We would not have this great bill without his leadership, without the leadership of our ranking member, Rick Larson, that represents large manufacturing and innovation community, our ranking member, Steve Cohen, that represents one of the largest cargo logistics hubs in the world, and I've flown before. So I want to thank all of the leaders of the committee. I also want to give a shout out to all the staff, and I'll go through and name them in a little while. But Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of this bill and yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to yield 3 minutes to representative from Memphis, Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I appreciate the ranking member's time. Firstly, I'd like to go ahead and extend to all the leadership that produced this bill my thanks. Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and Subcommittee Chair Graves, our self-professed passenger. This is an outstanding bipartisan bill. That's what the American public wants and what it needs, and we need to pass this. If the House Transportation Committee was a microcosm of Congress, we'd have the highest ratings Congress has ever seen. We worked together on this bill. As the ranking member of the Aviation Subcommittee, I've appreciated the opportunity to work with this leadership team and the whole committee and the staff to produce this bipartisan bill, which we hope we can pass by the September deadline. The legislation is vital to the continuity of the U.S. aviation industry and helps ensure aviation safety, infrastructure, and workforce development programs remain top priorities at such a critical juncture. Our nation is bound together by aviation, business and passenger as well. This legislation addresses several key priorities of mine: improving airport infrastructure investments, enhancing aviation safety, protecting consumers, especially those with disabilities, addressing environmental resiliency, ensuring the safe operation and integration of unmanned aircraft systems and advanced air mobility aircraft, and improving the development of the U.S. aviation workforce, especially in minority communities. I'm especially pleased to see several of my amendments included herein. Language to assist airports that face financial adversity due to reclassification from small to medium hubs, including the Memphis International Airport. Provisions from the Safe Aviation Flight Enhancement Act that was introduced with my friend Tim Burchett of Knoxville to address flight data recovery for aircraft used in extended overwater operations and cockpit voice recorders. Language developed with Senator Blumenthal directing the FAA to complete its rulemaking on a minimum seat size as mandated by our Seat Act from the 2018 FAA reauthorization. Language developed with Senator Lujan regarding aircraft cabin temperature standards. Provisions from the Emergency Vacating of Aircraft Cabin Act that would work with Senator Duckworth on to approve federal evacuation standards. The Mobility Aids on Board Improvement of Lives and Empower All Act that introduced with Representative Stauber and Senator Duckworth and Thune to improve air travel for passengers with disabilities, notable folks with wheelchairs and other mobility aids. And the Prioritizing Accountability and Accessibility for Aviation Consumers Act that introduced Representative Fitzpatrick and Senators Duckworth and Fisher on disabilities as well. As you can see, I work with folks from both sides of the aisle and from both houses. That's what we needed to do, and that's why this bill is good and why it's going to pass. So I appreciate also the bill addresses consumer concerns relating to reimbursements when there are significant delays or canceled flights, family seating is permitted, and airport infrastructure resiliency, as well as airline operational resiliency plans. All the above are steps in the right direction, not only protect and accommodate passengers with equity in mind, but also ensure the longevity of the U.S. aviation industry. Thank you again to my esteemed colleagues. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I would yield 4 minutes to the chairman of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Chairman
recognized. Graves. And thank you to you and Ranking Member Larson for putting together a solid bipartisan bill to reauthorize the Federal Aviation Administration. I'm here to discuss how this legislation addresses FAA's research, development, and engineering activities, which are within the jurisdiction of the Science Committee. Our role in the FAA reauthorization is to inform the process by crafting legislation that supports R&D to advance American aviation. Our goal with our bill was to support smart, strategic work to promote innovation and keep America the global leader in aviation. That leadership is critical to our national security and our international competitiveness. For our economy to thrive, we need the ability to transport people and goods quickly, safely, and efficiently. Staying competitive means staying at the leading edge of aviation innovation. With that in mind, last month the Science Committee unanimously passed H.R. 3559, the FAA Research and Development Act of 2023. That bill, which has been incorporated into the legislation before us today, is the product of months of work within regular order. We gathered extensive feedback and held a legislative hearing to give our members a chance to directly question stakeholders, industry, and FAA representatives on how best to support innovation and modernization in American aviation. The result is comprehensive legislation that quite literally supports aviation from the ground up, from the durability of our runways to how we monitor traffic over oceans and remote areas. It accelerates the development of advanced materials for aerospace vehicle construction and supports research into how more accurately to predict weather to reduce delays and increase safety. And importantly, it ensures that safety continues to be the primary focus of FAA research and development by requiring a report on whether at least 70% of FAA's R&D funds are going towards improved safety. In short, we've put together a solid framework to support FAA's research work, one that is appropriately tailored to FAA's jurisdiction and strengths. With this legislation, we are ensuring that America remains the global leader in aviation for years to come. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Zoe Lofgren for working with me in good faith to develop the R&D portion of this legislation, and once again, thank Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson for incorporating our work into this package. I yield back the balance of my time.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you very much. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Nevada, Representative Titus.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a member of the Aviation Subcommittee and co-chair of the Bipartisan Congressional Unmanned Systems Caucus, I support the FAA reauthorization bill that passed unanimously out of the T&I committee just weeks ago. It includes provisions that will benefit all the airports in Nevada's 1st District, and it will remove regulatory hurdles for drones so that they can be used commercially for search and rescue and for fire detection and suppression. Furthermore, my district, which is one of the world's top travel destinations, welcomes visitors from all backgrounds and abilities. So I am proud to say that this bill includes provisions from my Air Carrier Access Amendments. This was an act previously introduced by my good friend, former Representative Jim Langevin. It will protect the rights of disabled passengers by establishing aircraft accessibility standards and setting a timeline for DOT to investigate and respond to disability-related complaints. I want to thank Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, Aviation Ranking Member Cohen, and Chairman Graves for their hard work and cooperation on this bill, as well as Chairman Van Drew, the Paralyzed Veterans of America, and the airlines for their collaboration on the disability provisions. I urge passage of this bill, and I thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. At this time, I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito.
Well, thank you, Chairman Graves.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of the bipartisan Federal Aviation Administration reauthorization plan that is currently being advanced through this House. This sweeping package outlined in H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, will ensure the FAA has the tools necessary to safeguard air travel throughout the United States and support our nation's extensive air-based logistics networks. As a New Yorker, I understand the importance of the FAA to our state's vast network of airports and how intertwined our economic success is to the free flow of goods via air travel. That is why, as a member of the House Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure, I have been working tirelessly to ensure my Long Island neighbors saw palpable benefits in the FAA reauthorization package, and that the plan protected local jobs on Long Island. Chief amongst my priorities that is included in the present plan is preserving scores of air traffic controller jobs at the FAA's N90 TRACON facility located within my congressional district. I am proud that these good-paying union jobs will be preserved on Long Island and not be moved to other states as was previously planned. Not only are we preserving jobs, but this bipartisan plan includes provisions I have been advocating for that support the aviation workforce. This legislation includes important language from the Aviation Workforce Development Act, of which I am a co-sponsor, as well as a provision for air traffic controller mandatory staffing targets. Providing the tools and manpower to our air traffic controllers to help them do their jobs will prevent flight delays and enhance the reliability of air travel within the United States. This bill also includes noise abatement strategies for communities near airports, a request of my constituents and of me representing them. The team that has been working on this crucial legislation has made security of air travel a priority and has included several provisions under that front. Two that I have personally been advocating for include a zero tolerance for near misses, runway incursions, and surfacer safety risks, as well as provisions that support the implementation of secondary cockpit barriers to protect pilots. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on. I'm also proud that this included in the package is the language from a bill I introduced to promote domestic drone production here in the United States. This is a key legislative priority of mine that will create American manufacturing jobs and decouple the drone industry from our adversaries like China. In addition to all of these great inclusions into the bill is a sweeping set of proposals intended to support the passenger experience, improve airport infrastructure across the country, and address environmental concerns, including the implementation of noise abatement strategies for communities near airports. The FAA reauthorization plan is a win for the United States of America, a win for Americans, a win for New Yorkers, and a win for those who call Long Island home. It's also a win for those who rely on air travel throughout this country. I am proud of this plan, and I urge all of my colleagues to unite behind it. Thank you again to Chairman Graves and the ranking member. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 90 seconds to the representative from Arizona, Representative Stanton.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I thank the gentleman for Washington. I want to thank Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson, a model of bipartisanship, a great model that we could learn a lot from in this institution, and for your leadership in helping to craft a strong bipartisan FAA bill. Air travel can be stressful, but for those with disabilities, it can be a nightmare. It is the only mode of public transportation that requires one to surrender their mobility devices before boarding and place their trust in others to help them get safely to their seats. This bill takes meaningful steps, many I was proud to help lead on, to improve the flying experience for passengers with disabilities, including our disabled veterans. It directs the Department of Transportation to gather data on disability-related complaints and make meaningful improvements based upon that data. It improves training for employees who assist passengers with boarding and deplaning, as well as those who handle mobility devices. And it requires airlines to issue refunds to those who are unable to travel when their wheelchair cannot be physically accommodated. Finally, it includes my amendment to make sure passengers traveling with a personal care attendant are not charged extra for seating accommodations. We still have a long way to go before air travel is fully accessible. But the steps we've taken in this bill are common sense, necessary fixes that makes significant progress. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Molinaro.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to extend my thanks and appreciation to Chairman Sam Graves, of course, the Aviation Subcommittee Chairman Garrett Graves, and Ranking Member Larson for bringing together through hearings and countless meetings, 2 days of markup, a tremendous bipartisan piece of legislation meant to improve American aviation and grow American jobs. I'm grateful that there are 9 of my legislative priorities found within the bill, and I'd like to identify just a couple. The Access and Dignity for All People Who Travel Act, which I was proud to lead, ensures those with disabilities who need special accommodations receive them. Too often those with disabilities and their special accommodations are ignored. This bill will ensure that right is protected. Another is included in the Future of Aviation Act as it relates to public airports that receive AIP funds, to use those monies on infrastructure for the use of advanced air mobility, including eVTOLs and electric aircraft charging, and further building out airport infrastructure. The future of aviation is upon us, and aviation, as we know, is quickly evolving. Having overseen one of New York's busiest general aviation airports and now representing several regional airports within my district, advanced air mobility will help reconnect rural communities, reinvigorate tourism, improve ease of movement from rural to urban areas, and enhance quicker transportation of goods and people. And the last let me mention is the AIR Act. This bill raises grant funding for workforce development programs for pilots, aircraft mechanics, and more. This reauthorization bill includes $45 million a year for these grants, which is a major increase to the current funding level and will ensure the next generation of workers in the aviation industry are well prepared. For this and many other reasons, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this bill. It is a great example of the bipartisan work that can be achieved here, and I'm grateful to Chairman Graves for his leadership. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize, yield 2 minutes to the representative from New Jersey, Representative Menendez.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Larson. Thank you, Chairman Graves, for your leadership on this bill. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act and the positive impact it will have on air transportation for both consumers and workers in the aviation industry. Over the past few months, I've worked alongside my colleagues on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee to develop a strong, bipartisan bill that delivers for all Americans, and that's exactly what this legislation does. Under this bill, airlines will be required to develop policies to reimburse consumers for hotel and meal costs when a flight is canceled or significantly delayed. Passengers living with disabilities will be treated with the dignity they deserve thanks to the Department of Transportation's creation of a roadmap to better accommodate wheelchairs on board planes and to reduce damage to mobility aids. Future airline pilots, technical workers, and airline manufacturing workers will come from communities that have been historically underrepresented in the aviation industry, with $9 million in funding for recruitment and retainment efforts for these good-paying, highly skilled jobs. And families will have an easier flying experience with airlines being required to allow parents to sit next to their young children. I'm also pleased that important provisions of my bill, the Airline Employee Assault Prevention Act, were included in this FAA reauthorization, ensuring a continued focus on protecting airline workers from assault and harassment. This legislation reflects the voices of our residents who have long been burdened with flight delays, with unjust treatment of passengers with disabilities, and with conditions that have made flying more challenging for families. I proudly support this bill and look forward to voting for it on the floor, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in doing so. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to Chairman Graves for his leadership. This is not an easy bill that you do every day, and it's something that is essential to the safety and security of our country, as well as the advancement of all the good economic policies that we have. As one of only 2 commercial pilots in Congress with 3+ decades in the air, I understand very personally the importance of having a strong FAA reauthorization bill. While this bill makes critical investments that benefit the flying public and aviators alike, I have significant concerns about several amendments made in order by the Rules Committee, especially one aimed squarely at Michigan's 1st District and other rural areas by eliminating the essential air service. And I implore all members to oppose the McClintock Amendment number 62. However, what was left out of the bill is far more concerning than what was put into it. My amendment, which has broad bipartisan support and would simply allow for a debate and vote on a critically important topic regarding unproductive pilot retirement age changes in the underlying bill. However, the powers that be that pulled out all the stops to silence dissent and shield the American public from a debate they know they can't win. For these reasons, I will be voting no on H.R. 3935, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize Representative from Massachusetts, Representative Auchincloss, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Larson. I want to extend my appreciation to Chairman Graves, to Ranking Member Larson, to Subcommittee Chairman Graves, and to Subcommittee Ranking Member Cohen for their work in crafting a robust bipartisan bill in committee. I am pleased that my language supporting airports' efforts to better manage their curb spaces was included in the bill. Curb management practices, such as remote enforcement using sensors and cameras, can reduce traffic at pickup and drop-off areas and improve travelers' airport experience. Currently, though, curb management is in a regulatory gray area, leading to uncertainty for airports and vendors that are trying to reduce traffic, unsafe vehicular maneuvers as the flying public arrives at their terminals, and stress for all involved. My provision would provide clarity and flexibility for airports' landside operations by making clear that there is no federal regulation preventing airports from managing their curbs. This language would not impact any state or local restrictions, nor would it require airports to do anything at all. It simply creates legal clarity. In addition to helping large and medium-sized airports improve safety, passenger experience, and queuing times in increasingly crowded and multimodal drop-off and pickup areas, cutting-edge curbside management can serve as a demonstration project to adjacent cities and towns that are wrestling with how to unlock better curbside use for delivery, micromobility, rideshare, parking, and outdoor dining and recreation. Again, I thank the Chair and Ranking Member for their work in including this provision, and I yield back.
Reserve. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding me some time to speak on this very good piece of legislation. You know, as a member of the Science Committee, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, and the Aviation Subcommittee, since I got here in January, we have spent countless hours visiting with stakeholders, manufacturers, visiting airports to get a good feel and learn more about this. And I must say that I probably still don't know a tenth of what the chairman, the ranking member, or Chairman Lucas know about this subject. Folks, since the Wright brothers took their first flight, America has been the world's pioneer in the skies. That's why I rise in strong support of the FAA reauthorization bill that is before us today, because it will build on that legacy. Today we will vote to provide much-needed long-term stability to our nation's aviation system and ensure that our skies remain the safest in the world. With this legislation, we will improve efficiency at the FAA and invest in critical infrastructure, including regional and local airports. We will pave the way for new technologies and ensure that the FAA is ready to certify innovations like hypersonic aircraft. We will also strengthen our general aviation community, which is a key part of our nation's economy and identity. And we will take steps to grow our aviation workforce and ensure our airlines can meet the needs of the traveling public and improve on the passenger's experience. I want to thank Chairman Sam Graves and Ranking Member Rick Larson and their incredible staffs for their leadership. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to recognize the representative from Oregon, Representative Hoyle, for 2 minutes. I yield 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and fellow Oregonian. I rise today in support of the bipartisan FAA reauthorization bill. This legislation includes the Bipartisan Air Pump Act, which was introduced earlier this year alongside Oregon Senator Jeff Merkley. Our legislation would require the FAA to issue guidance to air carriers on providing protections for flight crews to pump breast milk during non-critical phases of flights. All workers deserve the right to pump breast milk in the workplace, including flight attendants and pilots. Currently, they are the only workers who do not have this protection. Flight crew workers should be able to have reasonable break times to pump. They should also have a designated place that's shielded from view and free from interference. This bill also ensures that the FAA's pumping guidance will not incur significant costs for air carriers. It helps increase the diversity of the workforce and ensures working mothers have the needed flexibility. I want to thank T&I Chairman Sam Graves and Ranking Member Rick Larsen for their support of the Air Pump Act and their bipartisan approach to the FAA reauthorization bill. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserve.
Sorry, reserve. Thank you.
Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves.
Thank you. I will like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Ohio, Representative Sykes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support today of H.R. 393, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act, or commonly known as FAA authorization. My home state of Ohio has the proud legacy as the birthplace of aviation, and H.R. 393 will ensure Ohio's 13th congressional district continues to be a pioneer in the aviation and aerospace industry. H.R. 393 invests billions into airports large and small, including in my district, including Akron-Canton Airport and the Kent State University Airport in my district, and keeps our skies safe and makes our aviation infrastructure cleaner and greener. Notably, this bill includes important provisions that I supported in advance of a remote tower program in Ohio. The remote tower program will improve traffic control for aircraft that utilize smaller airports, generating economic development and safer airspaces. Not only that, but the Ohio's remote tower program will also support the research and development of advanced air mobility applications, cutting-edge technology, which has the potential to change how people travel from small communities, how healthcare services can be delivered to critical areas of need, and to offer a more sustainable need of transportation. Finally, this legislation supports the hiring of 15 additional rail investigators. That is important to Northeast Ohio. As we all know, the train derailment in East Palestine has devastated our community, but train derailments have devastated communities across the country. This amendment allows for more timely, more thoughtful accident reports to report to Congress so that we can act accordingly. H.R. 393 improves the safety, health, and well-being standards of aviation workers both on the ground and in the air, and it protects consumer rights, improves accessibility, so all people in Ohio's 13th district can travel with safety and dignity. Once again, I am proud to support this bipartisan legislation and ask for swift passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to recognize for 2 minutes the representative from Michigan, Representative Skolton. I yield 2 minutes.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. It's exciting to play a role in crafting legislation as impactful as reauthorizing the FAA, especially as a freshman legislator. I came to Congress to deliver for the people of West Michigan, and this robust bipartisan bill will do just that. 2 specific provisions in this bill will be especially beneficial for my district. Michigan's third includes the Gerald R. Ford International Airport, the second busiest airport in the state, one of the busiest airports in the entire country. The airport's using aging air traffic control tower is preventing needed expansion. It's the oldest tower among any of the top 75 largest airports and does not meet the security requirements or operational necessities found in more modern towers. This bill includes provisions which directs the FAA specifically to consider old towers at airports like GRR when selecting projects for replacement, and increasing transparency around the process the FAA uses when deciding which towers need to be upgraded. These policies will help GRR forge a path forward to ensure the airport can meet the needs of the region. I thank the chair and the ranking member for working with me to include these critical priorities for my district and other similarly situated airports around the country. I urge the passage of this bill, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves.
I
The
reserve.
gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'd reserve.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Illinois, Representative Sorensen.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our regional airports are vital for connecting Americans and strengthening local economies. I represent a district with 4 such airports, including the fastest growing air cargo airport in the nation. I'm thrilled that this year's FAA reauthorization provides resources for small and large airports alike. Unfortunately, this bill is not perfect. It includes a short-sighted provision to raise the pilot retirement age. It also doesn't go far enough to support our aerospace workers. This year, the Space and Aeronautics Subcommittee heard from Collins Aerospace, located in my hometown of Rockford, Illinois. They emphasized the importance of R&D funding right at home. But because of R&D disinvestment, many companies are looking to European countries for R&D opportunities. When American companies go overseas to do their research, it means jobs and talent go away. Our best and brightest in Illinois are ready to bring humans to new heights. We in Congress must provide them with the flexibility and resources to succeed. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd reserve at this point.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from California, Representative Desaulnier.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. I also want to thank and tell you how grateful I am for the leadership of Chairman Graves and the Ranking Member Larson, on this comprehensive and thoughtful bipartisan reauthorization. Many of the priorities that I've authored made it into the bill, including several provisions from my Safe Landings Act, like identifying the need for airport surface surveillance and safety systems and requiring data analysis of safety incidents. I'm also very appreciative that amendment I spent a lot of time on working with the pilots and other safety experts, including a constituent and good friend, Captain Sully Sullenberger, the skilled pilot who safely navigated the landing on the Hudson River, and a longtime advocate and expert for aviation safety who helped me with this amendment and strongly supports the proposal. This amendment creates the Task Force on Human Factors in Aviation Safety. We know as technology changes and the near miss that got me involved in more of the aviation issues at SFO some years ago, where we came within 59 feet of having the largest aviation disaster in American history. We know that making sure that we're training the pilots in a way that keeps them consistent with technology and the great research on neuroscience and human factors that is getting better all the time, that we're using that to make sure that the humans are integrated with the latest technology. The NTSB identified that human factors specifically and pilot fatigue have played roles in that incident and many near misses. So it's important that this work gets done. The aviation safety system will continue to be safe and amongst the safest in the world if we continue to make sure that it's updated and doesn't rest on its well-deserved laurels in the past. These decisions and this reauthorization will help
Yield
provide
additional 30
that.
seconds.
And I
The
want
gentleman
to
is
again
recognized.
thank the leadership. I thank for the extended time, and I will yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the representative from Texas, Representative Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman very much, and let me first say that the administration enthusiastically supports the work of Chairman Graves and Ranking Member Larson for the great work that they have done. This is good for America. This is good for Houston, Texas, and it's good for Texas. I have 2 airports in the region, including Hobby International Airport and Bush Intercontinental Airport and Ellington Field, that see some commercial flights. It is good that we will get between $3.35 billion and $4 billion to help in the airport funding program, of which I saw about 40 to 80 million come to our Bush Intercontinental Airport in the last couple of weeks. It is important to have the flexibility to deal with environmental issues. And of course, it is extremely important to have a $45 million training program pipeline for pilots, aviation maintenance, and aviation manufacturing. Why? Because schools like Texas Southern University, that uniquely has one of the only in HBCUs training of pilots program, will be able to do more and fill the pipeline of pilots. In addition, we respond to the assaults that have been occurring against our employees, our crew, and responded by an employee assault prevention response plan, which is extremely important. We did this during the 9/11, but now we're looking at more secondary cockpit barriers that will be more important. And as well, we want to make sure that we have a task force of air carriers, because this bill is for airlines and airports, but it's for the traveling public as well. And as well, it deals with air law enforcement, aviation, labor unions, and others to be able to work together. I'm excited about the Bessie Coleman Women in Aviation Advisory Committee to encourage more young women to become pilots, as we need more pilots every single day. And a matter that I worked on as a member of the Homeland Security Committee, finally we've set standards for foreign aircraft repair stations so that when our American airlines are overseas, they're subject to the same standards of American repair stations. We were very concerned about that after 9/11. But let me dwell on an amendment that and thank you so very much. Let me dwell on an amendment that I offered to get through the backlog of pilots that are now well after they have been off for some medical reason, and the backlog of getting them back into the stream of flying is taking long. We need to look at that because these are perfectly able pilots, but they're still on medical leave. I also want to ensure that we have mental health relief for our pilots, so that 29-year-old Chris Daniel, who was going well, but after the pandemic, he felt some depression that his doctor suggested that he take care of, but he was too afraid as a pilot to go. Let's help our pilots be strong medically and mental health, and let's make this the best aviation system in the world. I thank you for this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I'd reserve. I don't have any more speakers at this time, so I'm prepared to close, but I continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
We have no more speakers at this time on general debate, and so I'll just close on our side to say that we encourage members to support this. It's a bipartisan bill negotiated in good faith. It's a very substantial bill, and I think it is a product that we can certainly be proud of to move forward on. And with that, I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 4 letters, which consists of letter exchanges between myself and the chairman of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee on H.R. 3935 and H.R. 3559, expressing appreciation for our work collectively on these pieces of legislation and agreements to move forward.
The gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been made clear through debate that H.R. 3935 is a must-pass bill that provides a path for America's future success, growth, and leadership in civil aviation. This strong, bipartisan, forward-looking legislation is going to improve efficiency and operations at the FAA. It's going to strengthen America's foundational general aviation sector, and it's going to grow the aviation workforce. It's going to invest in airport infrastructure across the country. It's going to encourage domestic innovation in aviation, enhance the passenger experience, and uphold America's gold standard in aviation safety. Before we close, Mr. Chair, I'd like to recognize the work of staff on both sides of the aisle in the development of this legislation. I appreciate the many long days, weeks, and weekends, for that matter, that staff, including the folks in the Legislative Counsel's office, have put into this effort. And I think it shows in the quality of the legislation that we have before us. On the Republican Aviation Subcommittee, I want to thank Staff Director Hunter Presti, Lanny Copeland, Julie Devine, Andrew Giacini, Christopher Sen, and Will Moore. On the Republican Full Committee Staff Director Jack Ruddy, Michael Falenke, Corey Cook, Megan Holland, Abby Wank, Leslie Parker, Chris Devine, Tyler Micheletti, Wills McKay, Peyton Palazzolo, and Justin Harkleroad, Jake Murphy, and Carrie Goldberg. I'd also like to thank Maggie Ari of the subcommittee chairman, Garrett Graves' staff. On the Democratic staff, I'd like to thank committee staff director Kathy Diedrich, Helen Zblekevich, I am sorry, I apologize, Stanton Johnson, aviation sub-director Brian Bell, Alexandra Minardi, Adam Weiss, and again, all the staff who worked on this complex and critical legislation. Mr. Chair, I urge support of securing growth and robust leadership in American Aviation Act, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for general debate has expired. Pursuant to the rule, the bill shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 11811 shall be considered as adopted. The bill, as amended, shall be considered as an original bill for purpose of further amendment under the 5-minute rule and shall be considered as read. No further amendment to the bill, as amendment, shall be in order except those printed in Part A of House Report 118147 and amendments en bloc described in Section 3 of House Resolution 597. Each such further amendment may be offered only in the order printed in the report by a member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for the division of the question. It shall be in order at any time for the chair of the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure or his designee to offer amendments en bloc consisting of amendments printed in Part A of the report not earlier disposed of. Amendments en bloc shall be considered as read, shall be debatable for 30 minutes equally, divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the committee or their respective designees, shall not be subject to amendment, and shall not be subject to a demand for the division of the question. It is now in order to consider amendment number 1 printed in Part A of House Report 118147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 1, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of, actually, I yield myself such time as I may consume. But I'd rise in support of the Graves-Larson amendment. And this amendment makes several technical, conforming, and clarifying changes throughout the underlying bill. Furthermore, the amendment includes provisions that were the result of bipartisan negotiations on several policy issues. These provisions include additional requirements for FAA to further coordinate the safe integration of new entrants into the national airspace system, adding pilot apprenticeship, internship or scholarship programs, or veteran career transition nonprofits as an eligible grant recipient under the Aviation Workforce Development Program, protections on voluntary safety information disclosures, and several other provisions that reflect the bipartisan work with our colleagues across the aisle. I'd urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you. I rise to claim the time in opposition, yet support the amendment offered by Chair Graves, and now recognize myself for as much time as I may consume. This amendment reflects a bipartisan agreement on a variety of technical fixes. This amendment reflects bipartisan agreement on a variety of technical fixes and good policy worthy of inclusion in this bill. It includes language from Representative Schreier of Washington State to focus FAA's aviation workforce development efforts on transitioning veterans to the civilian workforce, an amendment that we worked together, that the committee worked together on with Representative Gooden to make happen. Requires the FAA to develop a process to restrict drones from flying over large outdoor gatherings. It clears unnecessary red tape for the FAA to issue airport improvement grants. It ensures our air traffic controllers are consulted on major policy changes. Protects information or data reported by pilots or engineers through voluntary safety reporting requirements, and includes language from Representative Stanton of Arizona to require the Secretary of Transportation to propose a rulemaking to improve seating accommodations for individuals with disabilities, and finally expands FAA's counter-UAS testing authorities to consider the impacts to the safety of the national airspace system beyond the airport environment. And with that, I would urge all members to vote in favor of this amendment. And I believe with that, Mr. Chair, I can yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this point, I would urge my colleagues to support this important amendment, and would yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose, Missouri? For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, pursuant to House Resolution 597, I offer amendments en bloc.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 1, consisting of amendments numbered 2, 5, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, and 25, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the en bloc 1, containing 18 amendments from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This en bloc contains a number of important amendments that address issues of national importance, as well as issues that are impacting individual districts. This package allows airports to use their federal dollars to better understand the communities in which they serve and the length people travel in order to take a flight. It will instruct the FAA to test and evaluate means by which general and business aviation can utilize technology to receive flight clearances as opposed to using antiquated systems. It also instructs the FAA to stand up a multidisciplinary task force to review the impact that human factors have on aviation safety and to make related recommendations. And this package instructs the Government Accountability Office to consult with airports to review emergency response plans and assess electrical resiliency for the safe operation of an airport during emergency scenarios. This en bloc includes a number of provisions from members of the T&I committee that were raised at markup, but that we didn't have time to resolve. And I'm very glad that we were able to work together to resolve a few issues and support changes on a bipartisan basis. I'd urge support of this bipartisan en bloc package and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of this en bloc. It includes a number of provisions that will improve the bill overall, including a proposal from Rep. Brown of Ohio to ensure passengers on air carriers and foreign air carriers have the right to free drinking water on any flight longer than an hour. A proposal from Representatives Carbajal, Yacom, and Davids directing the FAA to test the use of mobile technologies to deliver air traffic control clearances to general aviation pilots and Part 135 operators. A proposal from Representatives Siscomani and Stanton to prioritize air traffic control staffing at towers with strategic traffic and safety considerations. A proposal from Rep. Del Bene to expand the FAA's Center of Excellence for Alternative Jet Fuels and Environment to conduct research on hydrogen, supporting increasing efforts to decarbonize the aviation sector. A proposal from Representative DeSaulnier to create a task force on human factors safety to harmonize disparate human factors work being done currently across the aviation community. A proposal from Representative Donalds encouraging the FAA to embrace the use of drones for helping workers to conduct safer, more efficient infrastructure inspections. And a proposal from Representative Eshoo to ensure community voices are heard on aircraft noise issues. With that, I again encourage folks to support this en bloc, encourage my colleagues to do the same, and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yacom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And let me begin by thanking you as well as Ranking Member Larson for the great work that you both did on this FAA reauthorization. I rise in support of this en bloc, which includes Carbajal Amendment 9, of which I'm a co-sponsor. And I want to thank both the chairman and the ranking member for including this amendment in the en bloc. This amendment creates a pilot program at 5 airports to deliver mobile clearances for general aviation and Part 135 air carriers. Early FAA trials of this technology have shown promise, and thus it seems worthwhile to continue development and testing in hopes of being able to deploy it more widely. As a pilot myself, I'm excited about something like this down the road. Voice-based clearances can be difficult to understand, which leads to delays and misunderstandings. For airports without tower data link services, voice-based clearances can take 30 to 40 minutes. Trials of mobile deliveries have reduced that to 2 minutes. I thank Mr. Carbajal and Ms. Davids for their partnership on this amendment, and I thank the chairman and the ranking member for their support. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have no other speakers on the en bloc, so I'll just close by saying please support and yield back the balance of the time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no other speakers, so in closing, I would urge my colleagues to support this en bloc amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 3. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 4, printed in Part A of House Report 118147. The chair understands that Amendment Number 6 will not be offered. You Google all this? For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Being as how no one showed up to offer their amendments, I'm prepared to offer, pursuant to House Resolution 597, I'm prepared to offer amendment in block number 2.
The clerk will designate the amendments on block.
On block number 2, consisting of amendments numbered 26, 28, 30, 31, 32, 34, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 45, 49, 51, 52, 55, 57, and 58. Printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-147, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this en bloc containing 20 amendments from my colleagues on both sides of the aisle again. This en bloc reflects the bipartisan work of our committee, which has done what we have done to address members' priorities. This includes bipartisan agreements on several amendments that we considered during our markup, including requiring the FAA to develop training materials to improve the safety for the airport ramp workers and requires the GAO to conduct a study on air cargo operations in Puerto Rico. Furthermore, the en bloc package includes amendments to ensure the Secretary responds to essential air service contracts in a timely manner, allowing the FAA to provide weather observer training to airport personnel, and ensures that the United States passengers on foreign air carriers are protected in the same manner as they would be on the United States air carrier by avoiding Russian airspace. I'd urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan en bloc package, and with that, I'd reserve the balance.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in support of this en bloc. It includes several provisions that will improve the bill overall, including amendments from Rep. Lee, Rep. Hoyle, Rep. Gottheimer, Rep. Lynch, and others. I support this en bloc and encourage my colleagues to do the same. We have no other speakers on en bloc 2, so I will yield back the balance of the time on this side.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I don't have any speakers, Mr. Chairman, so I'm prepared to close. With that, I would urge my colleagues to support this en bloc amendment and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri seek recognition?
Seeing as how we still have members that have amendments that they are not here to offer, pursuant to House Resolution 597, I would offer amendments in block, and this would be number 3.
The clerk will designate the amendments en bloc.
En bloc number 3, consisting of amendments numbered 54, 56, 59, 63, 66, 72, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 86, 95, 96, and 97. Printed in Part A of House Report Number 118-147, offered by Mr. Graves of Missouri.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Graves, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, each will control 15 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this en bloc, which contains 17 amendments offered to H.R. 3935 by my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. This en bloc package includes amendments that seek to require the Government Accountability Office to study the pilot shortage, require community feedback regarding aircraft noise matters, improve emergency medical kits on board aircraft, require an audit of recent flight cancellations that continue to plague passengers and travelers, and there's many more things in this en bloc as well. I would urge support of this en bloc package and encourage a yes vote by all members, and with that, I'd reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this en bloc. It includes several amendments to strengthen the bill, including a proposal from Representative Magaziner to ensure AIP funding can be used for cybersecurity projects, an amendment from Reps. Menn, Norton, Johnson, Nadler, and Raskin to ensure overflight community feedback is considered as the FAA updates its aircraft noise policies, another proposal from Representative Neguse of Colorado to ensure the FAA directly interviews residents from communities impacted by aircraft noise as part of its community engagement efforts, and several proposals from Representative Pedersen of Colorado to address community noise concerns, in-flight emergency medical kits, and pilot mental health. And a proposal, a bipartisan proposal from Representatives Porter and Westerman to audit and improve the FAA's responsiveness to congressional requests. And I just can't imagine who couldn't support that. And a proposal from Representative Presley to study transit access to airports. I urge all members to support en bloc 3. And with that, and no speakers on en bloc 3, I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one speaker, which I would yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I rise in support of my amendment, which requires a GAO report on the recent mass flight cancellations and delays that crippled our nation surrounding the 4th of July holiday. Mr. Chair, listen to these headlines. From Newsweek, July 4th travel chaos as thousands of airline passengers face cancellations. From the Associated Press, travelers endure another day of airport agony. From the Insider News site, get ready for a flightmare. what to expect if you're one of the 4 million Americans flying this Independence Day weekend. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to have each of these articles placed in the congressional record.
The gentleman's request is covered under general leave.
With thousands of 4th of July vacations lying in ruins, it is vitally important that we have accountability as to what went so catastrophically wrong with our nation's aviation transportation system. That is why I was proud to author my amendment to require the GAO to report to Congress on the actions of the Secretary of Transportation and the Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration related to this travel nightmare. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
Any other speakers at this time, Mr. Chairman? And with that, I would urge my colleagues to support this en bloc amendment. And with that, I'd yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendments en bloc offered by the gentleman from Missouri. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The en bloc amendments are agreed to.
Let's just hold on. Oh, we did? Yeah, we did. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's all right. Yeah.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 7, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. Same reference. What was that? Same reference as I just read.
Actually, he's not at a mic. He's not at a mic. He's not at a mic. Language. All right, he can, okay, all right.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Langworthy of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Chairman, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
In 2009, Colgan Air Flight 3407 crashed in Clarence, New York, a community in my district in western New York, killing 49 passengers and 1 person on the ground. As a congressional staffer at the time, I was there on the ground at the crash site. I saw firsthand the sights and the sounds and the grief of the victims' families as they grappled with the reality that their loved ones were gone and the crash was ruled a result of pilot error. A year later, those families successfully fought to implement a set of enhanced safety standards, including requiring pilots to obtain 1,500 hours of training. The results are indisputable. Since its enactment, domestic airline fatalities have dropped 99.8%. Simply put, they're working, and our skies are the safest they've ever been. My amendment protects the integrity of the 1,500-hour flight training requirement in the face of efforts to lower pilot training standards and jeopardize the safety of passengers, crew alike. As Captain Sully Sullenberger, the Miracle on Hudson pilot, has said, while simulators have their place for experienced pilots, they are not a replacement for in-the-sky training, and this requirement must be protected. Our job as elected leaders is to protect public safety and to help ensure that no other family suffers the heartbreak of losing a loved one to an avoidable air tragedy. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment here today to maintain high-quality training standards for our commercial pilots, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Does any member seek time?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to Amendment Number 10, offered by Mr. Langworthy.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I don't even know where to, it's hard to even know where to begin. You know, the sad thing about it is, very few people have actually read the report on what happened to Flight 3407. And, you know, starting out, I have to say that I don't question anybody's motives on whether they oppose or support or whatever the case may be. The sad thing about it is the wrong questions are being asked. Now, what we are trying to do is not in any way change or weaken the 1,500-hour rule. What we're trying to say is that simulator time, which you can simulate anything, simulator time should be used in training pilots. So I'm an ATP, and I'll kind of explain how that process works. You get your private pilot certificate, then you move on to your commercial certificate. After an instrument rating, you get the single-engine commercial rating, you get the multi-engine commercial rating, then you move on to the ATP. It stands for Airline Transport Pilot, of which I have that rating. I have flown all of the profiles that anybody would have to go through to achieve an ATP. Now, what's interesting in this whole process is that if you take a look at the recommendations that came out of the investigation when it comes to Flight 3407, the Buffalo accident, you have to wonder, and again, this is where the wrong questions are being asked. The pilot had 3,379 total hours before the accident. This pilot failed 6 check rides, not just check rides that were recurrent. He failed his initial instrument check ride. He failed his commercial single-engine check ride. He failed his commercial multi-engine check ride. He failed at the Gulfstream Academy when he was checking out in Gulfstreams. He failed his check ride in the Gulfstream. He failed his ATP check ride and had to do remedial training. And then ultimately, when he was upgraded to the plane that ultimately in the accident, he failed his 6th check ride. So he didn't fail some of his check rides when he advanced from one rating to the next. He failed all of them and had to go to remedial training. Now, I ask, would you get on an airline or a flight or put your family on a flight if you knew that the captain had failed all 6 check rides as he advanced through his process? No, you wouldn't. Not in a minute. And would you if it was recommended that the pilot have remedial training? So here we are with a simulator. You can simulate anything. I remember one of my simulator profiles or one of my simulator flights. So we were coming in. I was doing an approach, lose my autopilot as a result, so I have to hand fly the approach. 0 visibility, 200-foot ceiling, which is at the minimum. As I'm on approach, I lose a sight of the runway because the ceiling comes down. I have to execute a go-around to reestablish my approach. This is all being done in the simulator. As I'm executing my go-around, I lose an engine. I have to execute a go-around with 1 engine to minimums, and I have to get it on the ground in 0 visibility. You can't simulate that in a real airplane. You can't simulate any of this, any emergency in a real airplane. First of all, in an airliner, that means the airplane's going to have to be taken down because it's going to have to be checked. If you do stalls in a full-blown airliner, then you're going to have to take that aircraft down to have the airframe inspected because of the stress that is put on it. Now, what I do want to point out is ALPA, the airline association that represented the pilots, I got on their website, and I find it fascinating that one of the things that they like to point out, and I'm glad they were part of the board, which was the ARC, that's the Aviation Rulemaking Committee, which is who we established to make recommendations on exactly how much simulator time we should add. They co-chaired the ARC when it came to investigating this accident. And you know what, one of the things that they tout, one of the things that they are very proud of on their website that they push, when it comes to one of the recommendations made by the NTSB, additional training on upset prevention and recovery, a new certification training program course requirement. These new simulator-based training requirements also include performing manual controlled maneuvers, procedures, slow flight, blah, 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 all these things. They actually endorsed more simulator training because you can simulate anything. Today's simulators, by the way, are far and above what they were just 10 years ago. I've also got the testimony that the NTSB gave in the Senate hearing. How much time do I have?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Well, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, Mr. Chairman, because the testimony in the Senate hearing, it says it all. And with that, I would urge my colleagues to not support this amendment.
Gentleman's time
and
has
yield
expired.
back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan and one of only 2 commercial airline pilots in Congress with more than 20,000 flight hours, Mr. Bergman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a former commercial airline pilot with more flight hours than pretty much almost anyone in Congress, so I've been told, I value safety first, safety second, and safety third. I am proud to stand with Rep. Langworthy in support of his amendment. The substitution of simulator time, while you could argue that simulators are better today, yes they are, for a reduction in actual flight time, provides no substantive benefit to a prospective pilot. While some may say that pilots only build hours by spinning around in circles in the sky, I say that is patently false and portrays a pilot workforce that Congress relies on each and every day of the week in a very negative way. Pilots have a variety of options when it comes to building hours, and we should not assume every pilot will always do the bare minimum. In fact, I've seen pilots always do the extra just to make sure they got it right. Congress should not be reducing safety and statutory flight hour requirements under the assumption that somehow this will make pilots gravitate towards regional airlines for employment. It won't. I thank the gentleman, and I offer great support for his amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague from Buffalo, New York, Mr. Higgins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Congressman Langworthy. As the congressman has said, that prior to the crash in February of 2009, we were of the belief that if the plane said Continental, that it was operated by the national carrier. It wasn't true. It was operated by a regional carrier, and the level of safety, there were 2 levels of safety. One, the larger carriers, 1,500 hours for pilots, and the regional carriers, in the case of this flight, 750 hours. The National Transportation Safety Board did a thorough investigation of the crash site and the circumstances surrounding it, and made an unequivocal conclusion that it was pilot errors. The plane went into an aerodynamic stall. The pilot did exactly the opposite of what they should have done. The plane pitched, it descended. As Mr. Langworthy has said, 49 people died, including 1 individual on the ground. Since that change was made, commercial aviation fatalities decreased by nearly 100%. We ask that the 1,500-hour pilot training rule be sustained in the FAA reauthorization bill. And I yield back to Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Tenney.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Americans do not take their life into their own hands when they board a regional flight. They expect to be safe no matter where they travel in the air. Since the 1,500-hour flight requirement was passed in response to the tragic 2009 Colgan Air Flight 3407 crash in Clarence, New York, the success of the policy speaks for itself. American airspace is among the safest in the world, with a 99.8% reduction in passenger airline accident fatalities since 2010. This is why most pilot groups oppose any dilution of the flight hour requirement. It is vital that our pilots have full competence in the high-stakes environment of a cockpit in flight. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Langworthy Amendment number 5 and stand with the flying public and the Colgan Air families. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
We put our lives in the hands of airline pilots, and we should apply the same standard of safety and training that Americans have come to trust and to expect. I strongly urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Requested a recorded vote on the amendment.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 8, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New York will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 23, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Donalds of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Donalds, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my amendment, which establishes a voluntary pilot apprenticeship program for students at Part 141 flight schools. Up front, I want to stress that this amendment has wide bipartisan support, and providing yet another option to bolster the pilot pipeline shouldn't be a partisan issue. Specifically, for the proposed apprenticeship program, up to 8 students enrolled at Part 141 flight schools would be eligible for a new apprenticeship program each academic year. To emphasize, this is a voluntary program, meaning flight schools can choose to participate. Members might ask, why establish an apprenticeship program at flight schools? There are several reasons. First, apprentices will receive an airline standard of training and will also be provided flexibility in pursuing career aviation opportunities. Second, the bill will incentivize individuals that have an interest in aviation to attend their local flight schools, which in turn would provide a greater opportunity to bolster the pilot pipeline and a certified flight instructor pipeline simultaneously. Third, this isn't a one-size-fits-all approach. The amendment provides flexibility to establish an apprenticeship program that fits the needs, curricula of the individual flight schools themselves. After all, a flight school in Southwest Florida may have completely different operations compared to a flight school in Alaska. Moreover, there are approximately 600 Part 141 flight schools in the United States today. However, only approximately 250 of these flight schools are active in any way. This amendment includes provisions to incentivize retired airline pilots and retired military pilots to give back, specifically by directing the Secretary of Transportation to develop methods to establish an expedited path that will allow retired pilots to become certified flight instructors. After all, the value of their decades' worth of experience speaks for itself. Mr. Speaker, what I will do at this point is I will reserve the balance of my time for anybody else who wishes to speak.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you.
For 5 minutes.
5 minutes, sir. I claim time in opposition, and this amendment, which would create an apprenticeship program for individuals seeking to become commercial pilots. Mr. Speaker, I do want to say we're very pleased to be able to support many of Representative Donald's amendments to the bill, working in a bipartisan manner. This one, we just couldn't come to a place where we're comfortable. But certainly as a longtime supporter of aviation and STEM-related apprenticeships, I do appreciate the intent of Representative Donald's amendment. It is duplicative, however, of several provisions in the underlying bill that already bolster the pilot pipeline. This authorization already triples the funding for FAA's Aviation Workforce Development Grant programs, which funds aviation apprenticeship programs. It creates the Willa Brown Aviation Education Program, which could fund apprenticeship programs focused on underrepresented communities, and creates a National Center for the Advancement of Aerospace, an independent, federally chartered nonprofit entity to administer grants to establish apprenticeships for aviation careers and serve as a centralized resource to provide comprehensive information on aviation apprenticeship opportunities. And we earlier adopted an amendment in the en bloc amendment that was sponsored by Representative Schreier and Gooden to help veterans transition into the commercial pilot world. Apprenticeships are already well covered in this underlying bill. I would oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I would also reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would yield 2 minutes, if I have 2 minutes. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. First, let me start by saying I commend Chairman Graves, Ranking Member Larson, and Cohen on a very successful bipartisan FAA reauthorization of bill. I will say one of the issues that I feel very adamant about is addressing the pilot shortage, which is crippling air industry. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it is projected that 14,500 pilots will be needed every year through the year 2030. Some other outlets have estimated the number to be even higher. And for this reason, I am proud to co-sponsor the Pre-Pilot Pathway Act by my friend Byron Donalds. This common sense amendment, common sense, folks, common sense amendment requires the Secretary of Transportation to establish a voluntary apprenticeship program at Part 141 flight schools around the country. More importantly, this program incentivizes retired pilots, those who are often the most experienced, the guys with the gray hair around the temples, to remain involved in the industry and train the next generation of pilots. I support the amendment, and I urge the adoption as one of the critical ways to support our pilots and alleviate the pilot shortage. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Reserves.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. We'll continue to reserve unless the gentleman from Florida has no more speakers, but we'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
The gentleman is prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is a great amendment with strong bipartisan support. I would ask the members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and with that, I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 27, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of my Amendment 27, which gives rural airports in my district the flexibility they need to serve their passengers, maintain their workforce, and remain solvent. Our local airports in Sioux City, Iowa, Fort Dodge, Iowa, and many other locations connect Iowans to the rest of our country and to the world. We cannot allow government mandates to suffocate our rural communities and threaten the existence of our small airports. Under current law, rural airports provide the staff they need to keep our passengers safe. Injecting the federal government into hiring decisions would only make rural communities harder to reach. By giving our local airports breathing room to manage their budgets and their operations, they can better hire new employees and keep costs low for passengers. Born and raised in rural Iowa, I know that our rural airports are important to our economic development across the Midwest. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I simply yield back.
Does the gentleman reserve?
Yes.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. So this amendment, which would create an exemption for non-hub airports from the requirement to have at least one individual who maintains certification as an emergency medical technician or an EMT during carrier operations, is the amendment that I oppose. This amendment poses a safety risk that would be detrimental to passengers. Unlike what the proponent, Mr. Speaker, what the proponent said is that this is the federal government imposing an employment requirement on airports. This is actually a single safety standard that applies to all airports, that there be a certified emergency technician to respond to emergencies at all airports. It is indeed a national standard, but one done for safety, especially in support of especially in support of airports that have passengers on air carrier operations. In the event of a medical emergency that occurs at the airport or on a flight, passengers and airport workers should receive care as quickly as possible, regardless of where they're flying to. Having an EMT available at the airport could mean the difference between life and death in the event of an emergency. All passengers should be reassured that even if they're traveling out of or through a non-hub airport, they have the same safety precautions at that airport as they do at all airports in the United States. So for those reasons, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's prepared to close. The gentleman reserves.
Yeah.
Gentleman from Washington.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I'm confused. Do we have the right to close, or does the proponent have the right to close?
The gentleman from Washington has the right to close.
Okay, then I reserve. Then I reserve. Thank you.
Okay, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Yeah. I just urge my colleagues to think through this great amendment. You think about these small airports and the burden that this would project on each one of these airports, to have a special person that handles just the concerns of things that might happen once every 10 years or whatever it might be. There's people that are already hired that can handle these situations. And again, these small rural airports cannot be like the large urban airports. It just doesn't work that way. So with that, I yield back, and I close the rest of my time.
Gentleman from Iowa yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Yeah, thank you. As a member of Congress who represents several small rural airports, including ones that are isolated on islands, I appreciate the argument that the gentleman from Iowa has been making, very much so. And yet, given the fact that I have a district with some of the same circumstances, even airports that are isolated on islands, we still believe there that we need EMTs available in the event of emergencies at these non-hub airports. And so we want one safety standard for the country, and I would ask folks to oppose this amendment. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose is the gentleman from Washington?
On that amendment, I'd like to have a roll call vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Iowa will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 29, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in favor of my amendment to H.R. 3935, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act. Mr. Speaker, 22 years ago this fall, our nation watched in horror as the senseless acts of terror were committed on American soil. That tragic day, our vulnerabilities were exposed when terrorists forcefully took control of passenger airplanes and fatally turned them into guided missiles. We lost 2,977 mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, husbands and wives on that day. Mr. Speaker, we also lost one of my constituents, Captain Victor J. Saraceni, who was the pilot of United Flight 175, which was hijacked and which the entire world watched in horror fly into the South Tower. We also lost our misguided sense of protection in an increasingly dangerous world as well. Our nation and this Congress resolved that after September 11th, that we would take every action necessary to remember those we lost and to fulfill our promise and our solemn pledge of never again. Since coming to Congress, I have fought nonstop for the installation of secondary cockpit barriers on all commercial passenger aircraft. Alongside of my constituent and friend, Ellen Saraceni, and countless members of Congress from both chambers and both sides of the aisle, we have raised awareness and advocated for this measure to make our skies and our passengers and flight crews safe, much more safe. And in 2018, Congress took one step in the right direction and included a rulemaking requirement for secondary barriers on newly manufactured aircraft. Mr. Speaker, my amendment today builds on that effort by directing the FAA to issue a final rule extending the requirement for secondary cockpit barriers to all commercial passenger aircraft. This common-sense, low-cost safety measure will protect the integrity of the flight deck and prevent dangerous and hostile individuals from accessing the cockpit. Mr. Speaker, Congress has a solemn obligation, not just to the victims and survivors of 9/11, but to our pilots, to our flight crews, and to our passengers and their families to implement this safety measure on all commercial passenger aircraft as soon as possible. And I'm grateful to my bipartisan colleagues, as well as Chairman Graves and the committee and the amazing staff that serve on it for their support of this critical national security issue. Mr. Speaker, with that, I urge all my House colleagues to adopt my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment, though I am not opposed to the amendment.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, the FAA recently issued a final rule on requiring secondary barriers to protect the flight deck in newly manufactured aircraft. The underlying text of this bill creates a new rulemaking committee to consider how to apply this requirement to existing aircraft, and this amendment adds a rulemaking requirement to that text. Secondary barriers are a critical tool to keeping our pilots and flight decks safe and secure in the event of a horrible, horrible intrusion. Therefore, I rise to support this amendment, and with that, reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Speaker, I yield back the balance of our time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 33, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you. I rise in support of my amendment, number 33, prohibiting changes to the existing air tour management plans, or ATMPs. This amendment would prohibit air tour management plans for national parks from completely banning air tour operations over the parks. Additionally, this amendment requires an air tour management plan to take into consideration the economic viability of commercial air traffic operators. While the ATMPs do real economic harm to operators, it is also discriminatory against visitors who choose to experience the national parks by aerial sightseeing. As we move past the pandemic years, many national parks saw their resources strained by the large number of visitors as the public began to travel again. Air tours are an important option for many visitors conducting a once-in-a-lifetime to see such famous landmarks. Visitors taking advantage of air tours benefit by avoiding traffic, wait times, and walking trails that are inaccessible for the disabled or elderly while reducing the congestion and demand on park infrastructure. The national park should be available for all visitors to see. Limiting flights over the park unfairly limits the elderly, very young, disabled, and others to experience the park. Limiting flights over the parks is discriminating to those who might not either have the resources, time, or physical ability to see them in another way. Like ground-based tours, air tours are a valid part of our visitor experience, providing a unique window for which we can share our cultural, historical, and environmental sites with the world. Air tours require no ground-based infrastructure at the park, which allows visitors accessibility without the need for roads, trails, signs, bathrooms, garage cans, or anything else for services. By further restricting an already limited number of allowable air tours, we are reducing opportunities to access our parks in ways that leave little to no environmental footprint or disturbance. Through carbon offset efforts and strict altitude requirements to noise, just to name a few, air tour operators are working to ensure they have responsible stewardship of the nation's parks. Typically, operators pay a fee each time an air tour flies within the park boundary. The national park collects hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue each year from these air tour flights. Air tours require no infrastructure, leaving the bulk of overflight fees to go towards supporting services that benefit the public. If oversight access is removed completely, it removes the ability to use new technologies like the electric quiet air. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment number 33, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Speaker, this amendment requires the FAA to consider the economic viability of a commercial air tour over national parks. In 2022, the Park Service recorded 312 million recreational visits to our national parks. This number reflects the overwhelming significance our parks have to the American public. They serve as a place of recreation, a place used to teach new generations about conservation and wildlife, and a place to admire the beauty of the great outdoors in the U.S. National Park air tour management plans are in place to help protect the sanctity of parks from incessant helicopter overflights, which can disrupt both wildlife and the natural beauty of the parks that visitors enjoy. So I urge everyone to protect our parks from the noise and disturbance of increased helicopter tours by voting no on this amendment. This amendment would require air tour management plans to consider profits in the development of those plans, which would undoubtedly increase the number of helicopters flying above our parks. This runs contrary to the original purpose of these management plans, which is to protect the integrity of the parks. Helicopter tours are an incredible way to see national parks for the privileged few, but they simultaneously degrade the park experience for the vast majority of other park visitors. Our national parks were created as a public good to preserve our natural wonders for all Americans to enjoy. We must not erode that in favor of tour profits and those who can afford to pay. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is
Mr.
recognized.
Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to my gentleman friend from Texas, Mr. Nels.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every person should have an opportunity to view and experience our amazing national parks, whether it's Mount Rushmore, whether it's select areas in Hawaii, or whether it's the Grand Canyon. I can't remember the last time somebody in this room or anybody has ever tried to walk it. You've ever tried to walk it, but I bet you there are people up in this gallery that have been to Las Vegas before, and they see these beautiful helicopters that give you an opportunity to view the beautiful Grand Canyon, that big hole in the ground. You can do it, and you can do it safely and effectively through a helicopter. The ranking member just mentioned about it supports the privileged few. I would argue that the disabled and elderly, how else are you going to get there? That's not the privileged few. It's right for grandma and grandpa that may want to go and view the Grand Canyon or Mount Rushmore. It makes no sense what we're trying to do here. Air tours are often the only way the disabled and elderly are allowed to see our national parks. It's regulated by the FAA, and these operators, they have a great safety record. Unfortunately, the Biden administration is attempting to limit the number of air tours at a number of our national parks, all at the request, go figure, no surprise, all at the request of certain environmental stakeholders. This is irresponsible, it's un-American. Also, the air tour operators, oftentimes in the off-season, don't forget what they do in the off-season, they partner with federal, state, and local governments to help fight wildfires. They're great Americans. We need to continue to support them. I ask my colleagues to support Rep. Gosser's amendment. With that, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Arizona reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. Before I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, Representative Case from Hawaii, I do want to note he's a great American, and I do think that the debates here on the floor of the House are a reflection of being great Americans as opposed to being un-American. And with that, I yield 3 minutes to my good friend, Ed Case.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you so much. You know, our national parks are among our most universally supported and treasured institutions, and they cannot survive in an atmosphere of incredible popularity where we simply must find accommodations to protect the basic principles and qualities of those parks for which we treasure them so much. And one of the areas where we have significant problems is in overuse of our parks by commercial air tour operations, which severely degrade some of our parks and have the risk of degrading all of our parks for a number of different reasons, whether they be environmental, whether they be protection of our natural resources, and whether they be visitor enjoyment, because fundamentally, commercial air tours overflying a national park with noise and other disruption on the ground does degrade the park experience for the many who enjoy them in that way. There is no right to overfly our parks. Now, I concede and agree that there is some reasonable area and use for commercial air tours. I certainly want those that cannot experience our parks to experience them in this way. And I certainly believe that they have a place in our parks, but not where they are today and not where they're going. We recognized this challenge 23 years ago in this Congress by passing a law which essentially required air tour management plans which accommodated all interests, and those plans are now coming to fruition. And this amendment is on the floor because the sponsor and others do not like the results, which accommodate air tour operations in the vast majority of our parks. This process has been a good one, a difficult one in which the operators have participated. And they will continue to have a place under these plans, a reasoned place. But the fact that some of them don't like the outcome does not mean that the process is not a valid process. This process should be continued to its conclusion. It should be accommodated, and it should be implemented in a way that is reasonable to all. This amendment destroys that process and would degrade our parks to the detriment of the vast majority of the people who enjoy our parks. Thank you very much. I urge opposition to the amendment and yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yeah, once again, you know, having had these tour operators in Arizona, they've moved technology to quiet air, and you can barely hear these planes. You can be right next to them with these quiet air turbines, and you don't even hear them. So to say that they're disrupting to the environment, this does not happen. And so from that standpoint, I wish everybody would vote for this amendment. It's a smart idea, and I think this is the way to go. And so I wish everybody would vote for my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's been a good debate on this particular bill. Clearly, there's a difference of opinion, and clearly there are experiences where helicopters and helicopter tours do disrupt both the wildlife and other visitors and the people around the national park. So would ask all the Americans in this body to vote no on this amendment. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Arizona. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair, request a roll call vote, please.
Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
Yes, correct.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment are offered by the gentleman from Arizona will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 35, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as a designee for Amendment 35.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Which requires the Inspector General to investigate the FAA's decision to broaden the acceptable EKG range for pilots to fly. And I yield back.
Gentlewoman reserves or yields?
I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment. This amendment would require...
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment would require the DOT Inspector General to investigate the FAA's decision to increase the electrocardiogram or EKG range that's permissible for pilots. This amendment follows a change made by the agency last October to increase the allowable range of an EKG result from 200 to 300 milliseconds without further requiring documentation from the pilot. The FAA's change in the allowable EKG result range was made based on scientific data from cardiovascular experts documented in the public domain. Such data shows that EKG results under 300 milliseconds indicates that the pilot has no real risk of sudden heart failure if there are no other medical issues. Medical standards and recommendations have always evolved over time as medicine becomes more advanced and health professionals learn new information. The FAA should take advantage of the latest guidance from medical experts to ensure that these guidelines for pilots are as safe as possible. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
I urge support of Amendment 35, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In closing, I would just say that FAA's action, despite some claims, was not taken in response to any change in pilot medical conditions or heart health due to having received a COVID vaccine, which has been a claim in less scientific circles. This decision was made based on science, using experts, using science, using data. So I would ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and with that, yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair. On that, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 36, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise as the designee for Amendment 36.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Which requires airlines to reinstate pilots who are fired or forced to resign because of vaccine mandates.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I reserve my time.
Does the gentlewoman reserve?
Yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
This amendment would direct the FAA administrator to require air carriers, airlines, and others to reinstate pilots who may have lost their jobs because of a noncompliance with the COVID-19 vaccine mandate. The FAA cannot direct air carriers on hiring decisions like this. It cannot require air carriers to hire specific individuals. This amendment simply is not implementable. Is that where we're going with this bill now? To let the FAA make hiring and firing decisions for these private aviation companies? Furthermore, this amendment revives an unnecessary debate on COVID-19 vaccine mandates, one that we had 3 years ago. And it's an unwelcome distraction from this very substantive reauthorization discussion that, on this bill that will enhance safety in the aviation workforce. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Illinois is recognized.
I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the FAA does not really have a role to play to tell air carriers to hire the folks back on this. It just really is not an amendment that's implementable. I'm a little flummoxed by it myself. However, I would encourage folks, my colleagues, to vote against this amendment and would yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Larson, yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
Request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 44, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment made in order by the rule.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today in support of my amendment to better secure our advanced air mobility future. The Advanced Air Mobility Infrastructure Pilot Program that is currently in law provides grants to airport sponsors, transit agencies, and other government subdivisions to develop comprehensive plans to advanced air mobility infrastructure. So under current law, the Secretary of Transportation is required to prioritize awarding grants to eligible recipients that collaborate with a few criteria. Here are those criteria: that they are a commercial advanced air mobility entity, that they're an institution of higher education, that they're a research institute, or that there's some other relevant stakeholder in this process. My amendment, Mr. Chair, is very simple. It adds the Department of Defense and the National Guard to this list of eligible recipients. There are many qualified airports throughout the nation that already have a DoD or National Guard presence who are ready to innovate and help develop drone and related infrastructure. This amendment is a small way to help ensure DoD and National Guard have a voice in this important future-looking endeavor, especially given that our men and women in uniform likely have expertise in this area, and not only will they help develop this technology with their expertise, but they will literally be on the front lines of utilizing this technology. So I'm glad that the underlying legislation takes steps to extend this pilot program, and I urge my colleagues to support my amendment to add the Department of Defense and the National Guard to those list of entities that are eligible. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. What purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
In one respect, I'm happy this amendment is coming up because I hope the gentleman from Michigan will vote against a further amendment that's maybe going to come up later tonight that would actually get rid of this program altogether, this Vertiport Infrastructure Grant Program. So I'm glad he likes it enough to try to add to it, and I hope others feel that way too, so we can protect the basis of this program. And I know all about it because I wrote the bill to actually create this program in the first place. And it was done with a very specific purpose in mind, and the gentleman noted the criteria that are involved to help really state, local, tribal governments be part of the advanced air mobility future. And we were very clear about that. And another thing we were very clear about when we wrote that bill and got it into law was to ensure that it was neutral as possible when it came to any number of the advanced air mobility companies that were seeking to develop and get certified by the FAA and operate within the United States. And so prioritizing the grants awarded under the AAM infrastructure program to entities that collaborate with the Department of Defense or the National Guard would actually put a thumb on the scale for the 3 companies that are actually involved with this effort with the DoD. There are many other AAM companies that are not involved with the DoD, and this would put these companies sort of at a head start over these others. And since its inception in 2019, as a for instance, the U.S. Air Force's Agility Prime program has focused on the potential defense applications of eVTOL aircraft, or electric vehicle takeoff and landing aircraft, as we call on the commercial side of things, AAM. And through Agility Prime, the DoD partners with these industry leaders and key stakeholders to examine the airworthiness and military uses for AAM aircraft and necessary infrastructure to support strategic cargo and personnel transport. And in fact, that program within the DoD has awarded over 20 contracts totaling more than $100 million to very innovative aviation companies to further develop their advanced aircraft as they work towards civil certification and commercial operations, but doing that with the help of the Department of Defense. So I support fostering this U.S. innovation, but this amendment would prioritize the funding through the AAM Infrastructure Pilot Program, which funds state and local government planning efforts for future civil aviation AAM infrastructure and operations, and to their efforts that are already being addressed under Agility Prime. There's a place to do this. It's called the DoD's military construction budget. And we just passed an authorization of nearly $886 billion last week out of the House of Representatives, and surely there's a few dollars in that budget for the DoD to use to improve the taxiways, the aprons at these joint sites that National Guard and Air Force use with civilian airports, rather than go after the really fairly small amounts that are available in these transportation planning grants that we're able to get through the AAM infrastructure planning grant. So I'd just tell folks, there's a place for these companies to go. It should not be these planning grants. It should be the DoD construction budget. And besides that, if we do that, it'll give these particular companies a head start over the many other companies, and in fact, the cities and counties that are trying to access these grants already. So with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
For a question?
Gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to get the gentleman's attention to see if he would yield for a question about his opposition. So will the gentleman care to answer a question?
Time he's going to use.
Well, it's currently my
It's currently
my time, but I guess my question to you is, I mean, this is a very short. It says literally, it's a sentence in paragraph 4B by inserting the Department of Defense and the National Guard before or. I don't see anything in there that will, in my amendment, that will bias the Secretary of Transportation to only utilize fields that have a DoD or National Guard presence. In fact, the opposite could be argued, that those fields, because they have a DoD or National Guard presence, would somehow be excluded from the gentleman's pilot program. So I'm happy to yield him very briefly if he cares to answer what his opposition is. Okay, well, he doesn't care to address that, which indicates to me that he's either unsure or doesn't know, or that I might be right in that. So anyway, well, I still do believe that if we are having a pilot program, it ought to be open to more of our fields, not fewer of those fields. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I will reserve the balance of my time, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I understand I have the right to close on this argument.
You have the right to close. Gentleman is correct.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Okay. Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman. How much time do I have remaining?
State your inquiry. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes? Okay.
Yes.
With that, how much time do you need? What's that? With that, I would like to yield 1 minute to my colleague from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez, for 1 minute.
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And yes, I rise in support of Huizinga's amendment. I think it's logic what he's just saying. And I rise again in strong support of my amendment as well, number 31, to this bill to seek to identify ways in which Puerto Rico can further increase air cargo operations in our 3 international airports and thus better serve domestic and international stakeholders and consumers. Specifically, this amendment authorizes a GAO report that will look for recommendations for security measures that may be necessary to support increased air cargo operations in Puerto Rico, air infrastructure improvement that may be needed, alternatives to increase private stakeholders' engagement, and potential need for additional staff. I think airports are drivers of economic activity across our country, and this amendment will allow our nation to find ways to generate greater opportunities for financial infrastructure investments. This section requires an assessment from FAA on the resiliency of coastal airports, including those on our island. So I rise in support. I want to say thank you to my colleagues.
I yield an additional 30 seconds.
I thank my colleagues for supporting the en bloc number 2 and urge the support for the underlying bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Michigan reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And in closing, I again appeal to my colleagues. I believe this is a common sense amendment to a pilot program. I can assure the gentleman that, yes, if my amendment is adopted on this, I will also be voting against an amendment that would end the underlying pilot program. So I think you would have many others of us doing the exact same thing. So the gentleman could help himself, Mr. Chair, if he would be willing to accept my amendment. But that is up to those in opposition. So with that, I appeal for an approval of my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman from Michigan yields. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to close, Mr. Chair, I want to assure the gentleman, first, I'm 100% sure that his amendment will dilute the original grant program. I'm 100% sure that there are other ways to finance this, especially through a very large MILCON budget that passed as part of the defense bill. And I am 100% sure that I'm correct in opposing this amendment, having been the author of the original bill to establish the AAM Infrastructure Act. So I would ask folks to oppose this amendment, and with that, I'd yield back.
The gentleman from Washington yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chair.
Gentleman from Washington.
On that, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan will be postponed. The chair understands that amendment number 46 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have but 5 minutes to ensure that this goes by voice, so I'll do my best. No one here doubts 100% of the time the responsible party from the just above the ground to over 60,000 feet belongs to the FAA. Any decision about whether an aircraft can operate or cannot operate belongs exclusively to the FAA. For that reason, the FAA is an independent body that has a responsibility to take and should take seriously the implementation of NOTAMs. These NOTAMs prevent either caution pilots or prevent pilots from flying. Recently, there have been a number of requests where the FAA has acted not on behalf of its own judgment, but on behalf of a request by another agency. These agencies include CBP, Department of Justice, FBI, FTC, and many others. These come in regularly, and I have no objection. There are plenty of good reasons that an entity we were just talking about a little while ago, the Park Service, might even have a request. But because the FAA has an obligation to make airspace available wherever possible and at the lowest level of regulation and the greatest freedom and safety for the pilots, and it does have the obligation when, for safety and other reasons, there need to be temporary or permanent prohibitions on flying to implement them, my amendment simply puts a requirement that when the FAA does so, they do so based on, and I quote, FAA to make an independent and objective judgment when it receives NOTAM requests from other agency. I hope that my 5 minutes has been well spent, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from, for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, seek recognition?
Thank you. I claim time in opposition to the amendment filed by Mr. Issa.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose this amendment, which would require the FAA to make an independent assessment of each Notice to Air mission, or NOTAM, request from a non-federal entity. Many NOTAMs are simply for general awareness. A temporary crane has been erected in controlled airspace, or a runway at an airport with no air traffic control tower is being repaved. Some NOTAMs increase airspace awareness for pilots in the area, alerting them about drone operations or balloon flights, some of them from China. Some of them result in actual flight restrictions, like over sports stadiums during an NFL or MLB game, or when there's a concert going on. Sometimes the FAA requires an operator or an airport to file a NOTAM prior to operation in order to provide safety information for other airspace users. These are submitted through a special controlled access system. NOTAMs are issued for all kinds of reasons, as we all know from the NOTAM system outage earlier this year. There are many of them, which can be a blessing and it can be a curse. For example, French Valley Airport, which is a small county-owned public use general aviation airport in Riverside County, California, currently has 80 active NOTAMs within the 10-mile radius. There are tens of thousands of big, medium, and small airports and heliports all over the country, and consider the magnitude of bureaucracy this amendment would require. Requiring the FAA to independently verify every single NOTAM would bring an already cumbersome system to a complete standstill. NOTAMs keep pilots safe. This amendment will create an enormously burdensome process to get NOTAMs issued. Finally, this amendment will very likely conflict with recommendations from the NOTAM working group created by the NOTAM Improvement Act that this Congress passed less than 2 months ago. I urge all members to vote no. I reserve my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Chairman, I yield myself additional time as I may consume. I appreciate the gentleman's comments, and he's absolutely right. There are a great many NOTAMs. And I want to remind everyone that the requirement in this amendment that it requires the FAA to make an independent and objective judgment does not mean that it must do independent research as to the validity of the request as far as background. It can, in fact, take at the word an agency's statement of its reason, but it has to make an independent judgment as to the NOTAM. Now, I'm both a pilot of more than 40 years, but I'm also a former Army officer, and I can tell you, at the company, the battalion, the brigade level, every unit in the military has a staff duty officer who, for the entire evening through until morning and over weekends, makes judgment on behalf of the commanding officer at that level. Why do they have that? Because the level of review should always be available. It doesn't have to be extensive, but it does have to be sufficient that if it came through the FAA, it would independently be looked at by the duty officer before it was put up as a NOTAM. The same is asked. Nowhere in my amendment does it prohibit delegation all the way down to the lowest level. As a matter of fact, nowhere in this does it prohibit the use of AI and other tools to help them do it. So I think this is not burdensome, easily compliable, but it does say that the FAA makes the decision, not an agency that plugs into a system who may not have the mandate, responsibility, or even the expertise to do so. And periodic NOTAMs that have had to be pulled back when they've been submitted by other agencies are the reason for this amendment, so we have actual examples where the FAA would not have done it had they made an independent decision. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
How much time do I have remaining, sir?
The gentleman has 3.5 minutes.
And how much time does the opposition have?
The gentleman has 1 minute.
1 minute. Well, I would just reiterate the fact that this will add additional burdens to the FAA. They would have to independently verify every single NOTAM. And the FAA is already overburdened with work, and they need more and more folks there to make our civil aeronautics system work properly. And the amendment would conflict with recommendations just passed a few months ago by the NOTAM Working Group for improvement of that act. And that was just passed 2 months ago. So I have to cite those same reasons for opposing the amendment and continue to oppose, and I reserve my time.
The reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield myself. Briefly, in statement to my colleague from Tennessee, the vast majority of FAA NOTAMs do not originate from outside agencies. This is a fraction of all NOTAMs, and it is only those that will be affected by this amendment, and I reserve.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Reserve.
Is it,
gentleman
if I can inquire, is the gentleman prepared to close?
After you close.
That's what the question was. Okay, then in
gentleman
closing.
From California is recognized.
Okay. In closing, this is not what some who oppose it would say. This is, in fact, a very minor one, but it comes with specific requirements that exist for a reason. Agencies have chosen and actually embarrassed the FAA by asking for a closing of airspace only to find out in the light of day, in a matter of days, that, in fact, it was a huge mistake, sometimes politically driven, but it doesn't matter why. The FAA has the right and the responsibility, and all we ask for is when it comes from an outside agency that it, in fact, have a once-over before being codified. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Ice is a worthy adversary, but it's still 40 love, and I would ask everybody to vote no, and I would close, and I'd yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
I'd like to request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote?
Thank you. Positive.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, I think I did that. If I didn't, I
Recorded
do it
vote
now.
has been requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. The committee will rise informally to receive a message.
The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, a message from the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I am directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives a message in writing.
The committee will resume its sitting.
It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 48, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment will help to safeguard the privacy of America's farmers and ranchers that work day and night to produce the food the world relies on. This amendment would give our agricultural producers and food processors the opportunity to impose unmanned aircraft restrictions around their operations upon a formal request to prevent drones' unauthorized access to their land. In 2016, Congress created a process by which critical infrastructure facilities can impose restrictions on drone flights around their operations. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency designates the food and agricultural sector as a critical infrastructure sector, which is also vital to the United States. That is imperative to our national security and our economic security. In the event of emergency situation or disaster, protection of our agricultural land across the country is going to be vital. Intelligence officials have even gone so far as to warn that America's agricultural industry has been targeted by suspicious drone activity, potentially by domestic terrorists or other bad actors. Food security is national security, plain and simple. This amendment would ensure that we give our farmers, ranchers, and food producers the same ability to restrict the use of drones around these facilities that we give to amusement parks, outdoor facilities, and a variety of other interests that do not have similar national security implications. I urge every member in this body to support my amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
To claim time in opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, which would add animal feeding operations and meat and food processing facilities to a growing list of sites over which the FAA will restrict drone flights. These restrictions that currently exist are intended to be used for facilities where overhead drone activity would present a potential public safety and security concern, critical infrastructures like energy and oil facilities, and state prisons. There's no practical reason why animal agriculture facilities should qualify for this kind of restriction, particularly that having that restriction might endanger energy and oil facilities. These facilities do not involve sensitive or potentially hazardous operations as energy and oil facilities do in state prisons. These restrictions already exist to ensure the safety of such facilities, facility workers, and the public. The designation is not intended to be used to inhibit First Amendment rights, protect intellectual property, or help facilities avoid accountability. Allowing such exceptions is a slippery slope in restricting First Amendment rights as the national airspace is public space. This would delay FAA rulemaking to create these public safety restrictions by several months or years, sacrificing public safety to shield meat processing facilities and possibly endangering time that could better be spent with energy and oil facilities and state prisons. I urge you to side with public safety, energy and oil facilities, and state prisons and vote no on this amendment. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to point out that this amendment is structured and written in such a way that this does not apply to all agricultural and food production facilities. It only applies to the very few largest operations in the United States, the ones that in fact supply 80% of the food production in this country. There is a national security risk here. We've talked at length in this chamber all the time about how agriculture is becoming a national security issue, and with that, I would just like to encourage all of the members in the House to vote for this amendment, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate having the opportunity to submit this amendment, and with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I will close reciting the previous argument that this is not about protecting public safety and First Amendment rights would be violated. I look back to see my crowd here to see how we'd win this voice vote, and it looks very daunting. I feel a little bit like Davy Crockett at the Alamo, but nevertheless, I continue to voice my opposition and ask those of us who are here to vote no.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Would like to request a recorded vote on behalf
The
of Mr.
gentleman
Crockett.
requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
I thank the chair for recognizing me for the purpose of my amendment. Today, pursuant to the authority from Congress, the Department of Transportation requires airlines to report delayed or canceled flights. The rules also require a cause to be listed for the cancellation and delay, and every cancellation or delay must fall into a category of causes, one of which is air carrier. In practice, many causes of cancellations and delays outside an air carrier's control end up in this category. In effect, it has become a catch-all category. This is a problem because without good data reflecting the causes of cancellations and delays, it is impossible to identify the root causes. And if you can't identify the real problems, you can't, as a member of Congress or a policymaker, craft a good policy solution. This amendment would require the Secretary to refine the reporting directives to provide more detailed information about the cause of a cancellation or delay, rather than simply dumping them all into a catch-all category. It builds upon the committee's acknowledgement of this obvious problem in Section 716 of the bill, and this is simply a more robust effort to address it. Any event listed in this amendment, such as weather damage, unscheduled safety inspections, volcanic ash, or public health issues, would no longer be categorized as carrier caused. The mischaracterization of causes endemic to the current system is fixable, and we should take this opportunity to fix it. If adopted, this amendment will result in greater transparency to the traveling public regarding the cause of a canceled or delayed flight. Better data will allow the Secretary and airlines to develop strategies to mitigate their true causes. This amendment simply attempts to make sure the Department of Transportation and the FAA are gathering more accurate description of the causes of a canceled or delayed flight, and in turn will allow the FAA and the airlines to better inform their decisions moving forward. Just today, the FAA's effort to explain the cause of major day-to-day issues in real time were reported in various news sources. My amendment will support this goal by improving the data that goes into the system for explaining the causes of delays and cancellations. I share the FAA's goal of providing better data and more transparency, and this amendment will help provide them with the data they need to identify and to fix the problems that we've all been experiencing through air travel. Finally, I would like to thank Representative Chavez de Rima from Oregon and Representative Larson from Connecticut for their bipartisan support and for joining me in offering this amendment. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee, for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment offered by Representative Kane, not as an individual
Gentleman is
congressperson
recognized for 5 minutes.
from District 9, but as the ranking member of the Aviation Committee being given certain responsibilities for that position.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've seen a spike in the number of mass flight cancellations and significant delay events. Some of these events were not completely attributable to the airlines. The acceleration in the number of worker retirements during the height of the pandemic affected every industry's workforce, and many of the airlines were, understandably, not prepared for the massive increase in air travel demand as the effects of the pandemic started to dissipate. This led to the rise in significant delays and cancellations that have affected passengers over the last several years. This also underscores the importance of the Department of Transportation accurately reporting the on-time performance of flight delays and cancellations so consumers will have a full and accurate picture of what to expect when traveling. Unfortunately, this amendment would restrict airline service quality performance reporting by removing a host of critical reporting elements. For example, the amendment would remove airlines' requirements to report delays due to vendor computer outages, including cybersecurity attacks. I know I would like that to continue to be reported, and I assume most of my colleagues would as well. This amendment would also remove airlines' requirements to report delays due to crew availability related to hours flown, rest periods, and on-duty times not caused by a carrier. This is something federal regulators need to understand in order to make effective policy. Further, this amendment would remove airlines' requirements to report delays due to an unscheduled engineering or safety inspection. Again, I want to know when this happens, because this is potentially critical information to inform an airline safety management system, and it can help the FAA understand whether the safety management system is working effectively. The amendment would also remove the reporting of public health issues, so airlines wouldn't need to report delays due to COVID-19 pandemics or other pandemics in the future. That kind of data helps both Congress and the public health officials take measured and appropriate action to potentially help airlines in times of financial need. Accurate and comprehensive data is critical to helping this Congress and the Department of Transportation make good policy and take appropriate action. It helps us to take informed steps to improve the passenger experience, identify root causes for trends and delays, hold airlines accountable for what is in their control, and target fixes elsewhere for things outside of the airline's control. This amendment would significantly reduce the granularity of data collected. While I'm happy to work with Representative Kane to determine a fair and reasonable way to report airline statistics regarding significant delays and cancellations, I have to oppose this amendment. I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Kane, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said earlier, this amendment will, which is bipartisan in nature, actually increases the scope of transparency, ensures that the traveling public, that the policymakers, and we as members of Congress have a better knowledge and understanding of what is happening and what is causing delays on a real-time basis, and I urge its passage. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
As it is my responsibility to close, or my opportunity to close, and I'll take advantage of that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
And I will reiterate my opposition and my ask for a no vote, and I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from New Jersey will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 53, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. LaMalfa of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment that I think is going to be loved by both sides of the room here today, since it makes so much sense. The situation we have is it will fix an issue that under the FAA regulations, which currently prevents a privately owned restricted category aircraft, which is already performing a wildfire suppression operation, from transporting firefighters to a scene. Now, if this exact same aircraft would be owned by a public entity, such as a Forest Service, BLM, etc., that aircraft would be allowed to transport firefighters while performing a wildfire suppression operation. Even more so, the fact if this government agency were to decide to lease this private aircraft for 90 days or more, that would magically transform it into the type of aircraft that would be allowed to transport firefighters on the way to a suppression action. But under the current guidelines, they're not allowed to do so. So this would either force contractors to have to get 90 days or longer leases with entities that may not want the aircraft for 90 days or be able to afford that. This might be a small local entity, local government. So what we're doing is allowing some flexibility here to not be locked into 90-day aircraft contracts that aren't needed, and at the same time prevent unneeded ferrying back and forth, one for fire suppression activities and then another one to transport the personnel when it would be perfectly logical to transport them on the same trip, saving fuel, saving wear and tear on the aircraft and the people, and even a little extra unneeded pollution in the air from running the aircraft, right? So my amendment requires FAA to move forward with allowing the private aircraft to also transport firefighters when they are fighting wildfires. The current policy is an unnecessary barrier to being able to deploy and fully utilize the capabilities of existing wildfire contractors for wildfire suppression. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Opposition to the amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I oppose the amendment which directs the FAA to issue an interim final rule to allow restricted category aircraft to be used to transport firefighters to and from wildfire sites and other conforming changes. While I support the intent of helping firefighters, this amendment is not the way to do it. In fact, as we're talking about firefighters, a firefighter lost his life in Memphis today fighting a fire, and several were injured, and we hope they'll recover quickly. It's a difficult profession. Restricted category aircraft are certified by the FAA for only very specific types of missions. Many of them are aircraft specifically built for military operations. This amendment would create a shortcut for manufacturers interested in selling aircrafts. However, the aircraft are not certified to the safety standards needed to carry passengers. This is an attempt by one manufacturer to create a domestic market for its aircraft without going through the FAA safety certification process. That's just not cricket. Furthermore, interim final rules are only issued in situations where a regulatory process or requirement is clearly and directly creating a safety or security hazard. There are multiple paths for this aircraft to be put into good use, helping firefighters, and manufacturers should follow that process. Congress should not be writing safety loopholes for companies to sell aircraft that potentially put our nation's firefighters at risk. I stand with our firefighters, and I continue to reserve my time and oppose the amendment.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm really wounded by that because the logic just isn't there. What we're talking about is an aircraft that is fully certified, that if it was under a 90-day or longer contract, everybody would be hunky-dory with it. It'd be perfectly kosher. But in this situation here, since it doesn't have that long of a contract, it's not now considered a public aircraft. So it meets all the standards for safety, for transporting personnel, as well as transporting the products with which we'll be putting out the fire. So I am just mystified as to the logic why we can't do this. It'll save sorties, it'll save a lot of unneeded pain, and it'll also allow local entities to be able to afford to keep these aircraft around because they're not going to be locked into 90-day contracts. So I'm just lost as why this couldn't be agreed to by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, sir. Let me put my colleagues' mind at rest. I don't intend to call for a roll call. I will oppose the amendment, but I will not intend to call for a roll call. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I appreciate that. My colleague from Tennessee there, you You mentioned a while ago with Mr. Issa 40 loves, so I'll pick up on the love part of that and say that this is a friendlier discussion. So I thank you for that. I will, with that, I will yield back. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. The chair understands that amendment number 60 will not be offered. The chair understands that amendment number 61 will not be offered. It is now in order to consider amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. McClintock of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've offered this amendment many times over the last 15 years because until we can cut this poster child for government waste, I despair of us ever being able to bring federal spending under control. They call it essential air service, but it is the least essential program in the entire U.S. government. This is a direct subsidy paid to airline companies to fly empty and near-empty planes from small airports to regional hubs. Now, this was supposed to be a temporary program to allow local communities and airports to adjust to airline deregulation in 1978, 45 years ago. And instead, it's grown to include 111 airports in a program that has doubled in cost in the last decade. Now, I want to emphasize this program has nothing to do with emergency medical evacuations. It solely subsidizes regular, scheduled commercial service that is so seldom used that it cannot support itself. Why can't it? Well, because in many cases, the small airports in the program are less than an hour's drive from regional airports. Essential air service flights are flown out of Merced Airport near my district in the Sierra Nevada of California. Yet Merced is less than an hour's drive from Fresno Airport, offering scheduled flights throughout the West. Subsidized service is available from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, just 31 miles from Harrisburg International Airport. Subsidized flights from Pueblo, Colorado are just a 45-minute drive from Colorado Springs Airport, and on and on. Now, there's supposed to be a $200 per passenger cap on the subsidy and a minimum of 10 passengers per day. Yet 55 airports are able to waive these requirements, and they've all been granted. Per passenger subsidies on some flights are now nearly $1,000 per passenger. Now, by comparison, you can charter a small plane for around $150 to $200 an hour. Currently, 42 of the 111 flights subsidized are for flights of 9 people or less. These flights of 9 or less are still costing the taxpayers over $120 million in fiscal year 23. Over the next few years, this program will cost taxpayers over $1 billion in direct appropriations, which this amendment would cease. The program is receiving $390 million in subsidies this year. If a route cannot generate enough passengers to support its costs, the passengers themselves are telling us it's not worth the money to them. Maybe we should listen to them. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I'd like to yield to Mr. Johnson.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Sir, I rise to claim the time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I would first yield to the chairman of the full committee, the man from Missouri, Mr. Graves, 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong opposition to this amendment and urge the members to vote no. Essential Air Service program has proven to be a vital tool for rural connectivity, and for decades, it's been providing commercial air service for rural America. It ensures our constituents in rural communities are connected to the national air transportation system and provides businesses across the country with the opportunity to grow their businesses families easier access to loved ones across the nation and drives economic development in many of our districts. This amendment most certainly eliminates air service to our smallest, most rural communities, and I've been a long time strong supporter of the AAS program. So in order to ensure the program's long-term viability, smart and targeted reforms are needed to ensure the program can continue to serve our communities. Those reforms are in this underlying bill. It phases in cost savings reforms to secure the program's long-term stability and ensure that it will continue to meet the needs of communities served while reining in the ballooning costs. I myself have an EAS airport in my district that's going to be subject to the cost share provision beginning in fiscal year 2027, and I fear without reducing costs, the entire program will cease to exist due to the time thanks to the program's cost. Let's do anything we can to attempt to save this program. And I think anything that we
Time
do,
has expired.
if we are not attempting to save this program, is literally a disservice to our constituents. Please vote no on the amendment. Yield back.
Gentleman from South Dakota.
Mr. Chair, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
Got to go back. All right, the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it, Mr. Johnson. Reform, not repeal, should be what we should be looking for. The Essential Air Service is a critical transportation lifeline for many rural communities. It's put in place to guarantee small communities maintain a minimum air service. But the most important state is Alaska, where the majority of surface transportation is not passable year-round. Alaskans rely heavily on air travel to stay connected. This would be an economic disaster for the state. There are currently approximately 60 communities in Alaska alone, 110 in the lower 48, that depend on service through EAS. As a friend of Don Young's, and as a friend of Mary Peltola's, and as a friend of the Alaskan people, I ask us to vote no and to continue air EAS service for the people of Alaska and others in rural areas that need it. I oppose the amendment and yield back for the balance of my time.
Gentleman from South Dakota?
Reserve.
Reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from California. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, this is a nearly 50-year-old temporary program. It's indicative of everything in Washington. Nothing ever dies here. We just spend more and more money. But the DOT literally picks winners and losers, where neighboring airports have to compete against the federal government, who subsidizes routes for the very same market. Approved subsidies include funding leisure routes. That's not essential. That's leisure. Flights on EAS routes are relatively empty compared to non-subsidized flights, and the obvious outcome of subsidizing these routes, they're not economically viable. That's why they're subsidized. It's because no one really needs them. There are other options that are reasonable. The industry continues to suffer from a pilot shortage, a mechanic shortage, labor all across the board, an ATC, etc. And all we're doing is making it worse by misallocating these resources. Pilots are flying planes to places where there aren't any customers, and they're canceling routes where people need to fly. The bill does make significant improvements. However, the program remains inherently unfair and represents a significant misallocation of resources at a time when we can ill afford to do so. I urge adoption. I thank the gentleman. I yield.
I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from South Dakota is recognized.
I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment. I respect the intent of the author of this amendment, Mr. McClintock, who I respect very much, and I agree with his desire to cut wasteful government programs, but we just have a fundamental disagreement of the value of this program. Speaking for my community, and I do represent Lancaster Airport, this service allows my constituents to connect with Pittsburgh and another major airport where they can link with routes to take them across the country. Every dollar invested into the program yields a great return. Lancaster Airport is the third busiest airport in Pennsylvania behind Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. This is an important link to keep it a strong commercial hub and to service our community. But EAS also serves 172 airports across the country, and if this amendment gets adopted, many of those communities would lose their airports. Losing EAS eligibility will not only disconnect communities in rural areas from the National Air Service, but it also have a ripple economic effect. Again, I commend the author of this, and I commend the chairman for the changes that have been made to this program. But it's important we keep it. Thank you.
Gentleman from South Dakota.
I would yield 1 minute to Mr. Stauber of Minnesota.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment from the distinguished gentleman from California. Rural districts like the one I represent often get written off as flyover country. Essential Air Service, or EAS, ensures that flyover country is just a saying and it is not a reality. As I have mentioned before, Minnesota's 8th District is the most beautiful place in the world. Just take a flight to International Falls, Minnesota, and check out Voyageurs National Park, or fly to Brainerd and recreate in one of the many beautiful family-owned resorts. Fly to Bemidji and see beautiful Lake Bemidji, or take a flight to Hibbing, Minnesota, and fly over the biggest mining country that we have. None of this would be possible without EAS. For most of Minnesota's 8th District, getting down to Minneapolis Airport can be a real challenge. The EAS airports in my district provide an opportunity for my rural constituents to quickly, conveniently, and safely connect with the rest of this nation and the world. I want the constituents that I represent to have access to air travel just like everyone else, not be punished because we live in rural America. My constituents matter. Our local economies and our local airports matter, and rural America matters. And I yield back.
Gentleman from South Dakota reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Graves promised us reforms. Well, we've been hearing those promises for the last 15 years that I've been bringing these amendments up, and they never happen. My Republican colleagues love to campaign for economies in government. And yet when the easiest possible economy in government is presented to them, they can't bear it. And I would pose this question: why should the taxpayers of every community in America pay for the tickets for their subsidized air service when those airports are often less than an hour's drive from a regional airport? If their customers aren't willing to pay for those tickets, why should the people of our districts be required to pay for them through their taxes? It is time that Republicans kept their promises and started making the fundamental reforms that are necessary to bring spending under control before we bankrupt this government. I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from California yields.
Mr. Chair, I would inquire how much time remains in opposition.
Gentleman has 1 minute.
What's that?
1 minute.
Okay. Our nation has always had a national commitment to infrastructure. Mr. Chairman, that's been true whether it's been the interstate highway system, universal telephone service, or rural electrification. We don't ask each rural county to pay exclusively for their portion of the interstate or high voltage transmission line that resides within their county borders. That, sir, would be absurd. These are assets with national benefit. Now, that is the same wisdom, thankfully, that we apply to our national aviation infrastructure. That does not mean an airport everywhere, of course, not any more than it means an interstate everywhere. But it does mean a national commitment to having the essential infrastructure necessary to bind together 50 states into one unified America. This amendment destroys that national commitment to infrastructure, to essential air service. It is misguided, and I urge a no vote. And I would close, Mr. Chair, by noting this. There may be some airports within an hour, but there are many, including in South Dakota, that are 2 hours or 3 hours away from these hubs. With that, I yield.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is
Mr. Chair,
agreed to.
I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote?
Yes, I do, sir.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 64, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment. Secretary Buttigieg and President Biden's policies have created chaos within the FAA. Under the Biden administration, we saw the first full ground stoppage of all flights since September 11th. Taxpayers deserve to know where Secretary Pete was jetting off to on a private jet while our constituents were dealing with canceled and delayed flights. My amendment will force the FAA to hand over the flight logs for the Transportation Secretary's private FAA jet from the last 3 years. The Washington Post reported that Secretary Buttigieg took 18 secret taxpayer-funded private flights. Taxpayers deserve transparency and oversight. I urge my colleagues to support transparency for the Secretary's private flights and adopt my amendment. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Illinois reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Respectfully claim time in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. This would require the FAA to submit a report on the flight records for the Secretary of Transportation for the previous 3 years. Obviously, as the lady indicated, it's about Secretary Buttigieg, who I think has done an outstanding job as our Secretary. This amendment provides no benefit to the FAA. They already know where he's been going to, and would be a waste of the administration's time, limited time, and resources. And in fact, there's no reason to think that his flights haven't been, but for reasons that benefit the United States and the Department of Transportation. Now, if the amendment was something about senators leaving their states during emergency climate events and going to Acapulco or to wherever it was in Mexico, I could agree to it maybe. But that's not what it's about. There's no basis for why this report should be needed. There are many pressing issues the FAA should dedicate its attention toward in this reauthorization, and the gentlelady's amendment would detract from those efforts. To that end, I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, which has no basis in fact concerning anything Secretary Buttigieg may have done in a way improper. And I reserve my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized.
I urge the adoption of this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, sir. It was Cancun I was trying to think of. So if the amendment dealt with Cancun when Texas was having a climate emergency, that's a different situation, and people might need to know about that. But Secretary Buttigieg, there's no reason to think he's done anything wrong whatsoever. So there's no basis behind this amendment, no fact basis, just conjuring up something. And that's why I continue to oppose and continue to reserve.
The gentleman has all the time left. The gentleman wished to yield.
Did she yield?
She did.
Well, I would just again urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment because it would be a waste of the FAA's time, and it's certainly something that's intended to try to put some scully the name of our distinguished Secretary of Transportation, who I think has done an outstanding job. And I think the time that the airlines were closed down was because of the NOTAMs. It didn't have anything to do with the Secretary of Transportation or even the FAA. And I yield back my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 65, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 65, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of my amendment. Secretary Buttigieg and President Biden's DEI initiatives, which hire and promote people based on their physical characteristics over their merits and qualifications, violate Title VII and the Constitution. In critical public safety roles such as air traffic control, it is essential to have the best possible candidate based strictly on professional qualifications and merit. Efforts by the Biden administration to factor race, gender, and sexual orientation into hiring and promotion decisions puts the traveling public at risk and deepens the staffing shortages we've seen throughout the FAA. Under this administration, we saw the first national ground stoppage since September 11th. My constituents regularly face delays caused by shortages in air traffic control staffing, delays that I'm sure many of my colleagues have also experienced. We must roll back the Biden administration's woke DEI policies and put the needs of our public aviation system before the far left's political agenda. I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Illinois reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would say that this amendment, which prohibits funds from this act being used to hire any diversity, equity, and inclusion officials or conduct DEI training, is unnecessary, inappropriate, and a failing of our system. It's interesting that it follows the amendment that would look into and suggest that Secretary Buttigieg has done something wrong. As our nation works toward long-term economic recovery, it's critical the educational and career opportunities in the aerospace industry be available, accessible to all Americans. It doesn't say that people who aren't the most qualified would get hired. DEI just says people have opportunities which they may not have had in the past, and there might be systems in place that do not allow people who are diverse, need to be inclusive, gives them the opportunity, and equitably get a job, get the job just because of their appearance. It means that they don't get discriminated against. The U.S. aerospace industry is taking the initial steps to diversify its workforce through the creation of flight training academies, apprenticeships, and other career pathway programs. But more can be done. The underlying bill robustly invests in the FAA's aviation workforce development programs to support the education and recruitment of aviation jobs, including for communities underrepresented in the aviation industry. I represent District 9 in Tennessee, which is a majority district. A lot of minorities are not in aviation jobs. They can perform those jobs and do great jobs. They just haven't been given the opportunity over the years. And they need to have opportunities to see that this is a place that they can look to be a pilot and to earn a good living and to have a good job. DEI programs would help. This amendment ties the hands of the FAA and its outgoing educational, recruiting, and retention plans by prohibiting the hiring of a DEI officer or conducting DEI training, regardless of whether the FAA believes that this will result in the best possible results for the aviation workforce. Again, I oppose this amendment, urge a no vote, and hope that all Americans can have an opportunity to get good-paying jobs. I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
I urge the adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from Illinois yields. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I would just continue to urge a no vote. You don't have to be woke, you just don't have to be asleep.
Does the gentleman yield?
Totally. Yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Like a recorded vote.
Recorded vote has been requested pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Illinois will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 67, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 67, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Obernolte of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, and a member opposed, each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The FAA is responsible for administrating and certifying pilots in the United States. The certification of these pilots takes place in the form of written tests administered at a test center, but also in the form of practical tests that are usually administered in an aircraft or in a simulator. These practical tests are conducted by either FAA examiners or more usually designated pilot examiners. This is a system that's worked well for decades, but a recent problem has arisen where pilots who are applying for certification who need practical tests are encountering large and unacceptable delays in the scheduling of those tests. In fact, some of the pilots that I've spoken to in the preparation of this amendment had to wait over 12 months for the scheduling of a practical test. I think we can all agree that that is unacceptable. It's not fair to the airmen. It's not fair to the FAA. It's not fair to the pilot community. It's detrimental to the advancement of the aviation industry. This amendment is a very simple fix to that problem. It would direct the FAA to implement an accountability program to ensure that no applicant has to wait more than 2 weeks for the administration of a practical test. I think this is a common sense solution. It works for the FAA and for the applicants, and I would urge its adoption. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia?
I claim the time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which requires the FAA to ensure that pilots can schedule a practical test within 14 calendar days of requesting a test. What this amendment fails to consider is that the FAA does not schedule these tests. These are independent individuals who have decided to take on this responsibility as a personal choice. They work around their own schedules, birthday parties, weddings, and doctor's appointments. This amendment would actually add additional bureaucracy and would therefore be counterproductive and an administrative nightmare. Moreover, the underlying bill contains several provisions to assist with expediting pilot certification. For instance, the base language already increases accountability and transparency for scheduling these tests, and even includes a web-based scheduling tool to assist pilots. The committee developed a solution on a bipartisan basis to help with this specific problem of delays in pilot testing. Therefore, I oppose this counterproductive and burdensome amendment, and with that, I'll reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would strongly object to characterization of this amendment as burdensome. If you want an example of burdensome, think about a student pilot who has applied to get their pilot's license. Mr. Speaker, I have been a certified flight instructor for almost 30 years. This is a situation that I have experienced. When you're a student pilot, you don't know exactly when you're going to reach the level of proficiency required by the federal aviation regulations. So you train and you train and you train and you sweat and you work, and finally your instructor says, you are ready to take the test. So imagine a student in that position applying for a test and being told it's going to be months before they can be examined. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you from personal experience that flight proficiency is a perishable commodity. You cannot go several months without flying, hop into a cockpit, and expect to be at the same level of proficiency that you were. So we're adding burdensome regulation on our student pilots when we expect them to maintain their proficiency for however long it takes the FAA to schedule that exam. So to be clear, this amendment does not direct the FAA to make its inspectors available. It directs the FAA to make the resources available to implement an accountability program to make sure we have a sufficient number of pilot examiners to make this situation better. 2 weeks is an industry standard consensus. The FAA has agreed that that's a reasonable period of time. This just makes sense, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the party that eschews regulations, we now have more regulations being proposed, and these regulations are unnecessary in this case. Again, it's up to the particular applicant to schedule the test for themselves. If they delay in doing so, then of course, why would we want to punish the federal government by forcing the federal government to offer them a test in 14 days that they could have scheduled themselves had they been more efficient with their scheduling? And let's continue to rely on personal responsibility in this regard, and let's make sure that the onus remains on the applicant to schedule the testing, and with that, I'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Is the gentleman prepared to close? I yield myself the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker. To be clear, this is not a scheduling problem on the part of the applicant. The applicant doesn't know exactly when they're going to be ready. The applicant doesn't know when the weather is going to cooperate. Particularly for the base level of pilot's licenses, you need good weather to be able to take the test. This is just talking about the amount of time after an applicant says, I am ready, before which a designated pilot examiner can administer that exam. And I think we can all agree that that should not be a year. This is a common sense amendment that would solve that problem, and I would urge its adoption, and I yield back my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an app on my phone, and I can look out for at least 10 days and determine what the weather will be projected to be in a particular location. That technology is available to all. All should use it, particularly those who are looking to fly the public or fly themselves or their families. They are charged with personal responsibility to make sure that they schedule a test in accordance with their own particular schedule. Their schedule is up to them. We need to allow the FAA to work within its means to schedule testing on a first-come, first-served basis, and it's up to the applicant to make sure they get in where they fit in. And so I'd ask that we oppose this amendment, and with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is now agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 68, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a further amendment at the desk.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Obernolte of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, and a member of opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Mr. Speaker, aviation fuel is one of the few fuels remaining that still contains lead. It's been universally acknowledged that lead is not good for our environment, it's not good for our children, it's not good for human ingestion, it causes serious health problems. The industry has conducted a decades-long study and process to try to develop an alternative fuel that takes the lead out of aviation fuel. However, this has become a very, very troublesome and difficult task because the only suitable solutions would have to be suitable for all types of aviation engines. And some aircraft feature engines that are higher horsepower and higher compression that depend on the presence of lead to be able to operate safely. Finally, we are approaching a consensus standard on an unleaded replacement for aviation gas. However, there is a problem that has arisen. Airports accept grant funds from the Airport Improvement Program, and in return, they give the FAA grant assurances that they will keep their airports open. In 2018, when FAA was reauthorized, it was agreed by this body that an airport should not be able to withdraw the sale of fuel, and that would be completely, and that would be a violation of its FAA AIP grant assurances. I think that is still true, and I hope we all still feel that way. However, most airports only have a single infrastructure for the delivery of avgas. If an airport seeks to switch from the current standard, which is 100 low lead, to an unleaded replacement, a question has arisen as to whether or not that would be a violation of its grant assurances. This amendment clarifies that situation and states that when an industry standard consensus emerges, that it is not a violation of grant assurance for an airport to switch from leaded aviation fuel to unleaded aviation fuel. I think that this protects the interests of our airports, of our pilot community, and also protects our environment at the same time. I would urge its adoption. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I claim time in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to it. Aviation is the only segment of transportation still using leaded fuels. The health impacts of leaded fuels are well documented up to this point, and the aviation industry writ large has been making a good faith effort to transition to unleaded fuels. The FAA closely regulates the availability of fuels at public airports because it's a critical element to flight safety. The underlying bill text, as well as the manager's amendment offered by Chairman Graves and the ranking member, clarifies the fuel availability requirements at airports in line with the aviation industry timeline for transitioning away from leaded fuels. This amendment is written both confusingly and it is unnecessary. Unlike what the summary claims, it would reduce airports' flexibility to meet the FAA's requirements for fuel availability. Specifically, it would narrow the types of unleaded fuels that airports are required to provide under the bill. And for that reason, I oppose this amendment and urge all members to do the same. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I hope there's been no confusion here. We are all on the same team. We want to get the lead out of aviation fuel. This amendment allows us to do that. The current situation is that when an industry standard consensus fuel emerges, that airports will not be able to switch over to it, because if you only have a single infrastructure, a single fuel truck or a single fuel tank, the current grant assurances require you to continue offering the leaded fuel. So airports will be faced with an impossible choice, the choice between maintaining a leaded fuel, even though an unleaded replacement is available, or buying an entirely different infrastructure for the delivery of the unleaded fuel. I think we can all agree that makes no sense. This is just a common sense solution to that problem. We've worked with committee staff on this. We've worked with industry on this. I think this is something that everyone should be able to get behind. With that, I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. I believe that we are trying to achieve the same goals here, and I appreciate the gentleman's approach, but I do believe that it is restrictive and not intentionally so, but as a matter of consequence. And that's why I'm going to continue to oppose this amendment. Not every airport has the flexibility to do what Representative Obernolte suggests that is available to them. And because of that, I'm going to remain opposed to this, and I ask that my colleagues remain opposed, those who are opposed. And with that, I will reserve and will close at the appropriate time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To be clear, we are trying to give airports the option of a transition to an unleaded aviation fuel when that option becomes available to them. Some language is needed to do this because airports are confused about whether or not doing this is a violation of their FAA grant assurances. This amendment clarifies that it is not. An amendment, to be clear, is needed to clarify this situation. So I respectfully urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you. Again, Mr. Speaker, not all companies have unleaded fuel that meets the standards that the gentleman suggests. And I wish I could read this writing here. I would present a more eloquent rebuttal. But unfortunately, can't read the scribble. So at this point, did the gentleman yield back the balance of his time? At this point, I will yield the balance of my time.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18 for the proceedings, the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 69 printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 69, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on my amendment, which strikes social from the scope of factors examined under the FAA Beyond program expansion. Mr. Speaker, this is a common sense amendment. It simply seeks to allow the FAA to focus on its core mission. The FAA's Beyond program was crafted to yield the best outcomes for unmanned aircraft systems, not to promote garbage and irrelevant woke ideology. The FAA Beyond program is innovative because it was designed to understand the potential benefits of drone use and the processes for drone integration. There's no room for any sort of liberal agenda in this program, nor in this legislation. My amendment removes the reference to social impacts examined under the Beyond program expansion, which goes undefined in the bill and could therefore be used to advance woke considerations. Expanding the scope of Beyond program to include social factors distracts from the Beyond's mission of making Beyond visual line of sight operations repeatable, scalable, and viable. I urge adoption. I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek to be recognized?
I claim the opposition to this amendment. Want to speak in opposition.
The gentleman is recognized.
I oppose this amendment that would remove the requirement for the FAA to study the social impacts of unmanned aircraft systems, or UAS, in the expansion of FAA's Beyond program. The Beyond program is vital for evaluating the safe integration of Beyond visual line of sight and other advanced UAS operations. There are many potential societal benefits of UAS that are already being tested by the Beyond program. UAS technology can be used to remote sensing to make our power systems more resilient, to deliver medical supplies to underserved communities, or to assist first responders in disaster response and relief efforts. For example, Dominion Energy used drones to inspect more than 40 power generation facilities, allowing them to conduct more frequent and efficient inspections. The expansion of the Beyond program in the underlying bill will allow for testing of other new and emerging aviation concepts and technologies, such as more autonomous aircraft. As part of this testing, the program should consider societal impacts such as potential emissions, noise, and other community priorities. And for that reason, or for these reasons, I oppose this amendment, and with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would agree with my colleague that this program is vital, and it's vital for the future of aviation and for medicine and for all sorts of applications. But what it shouldn't be used for is a woke agenda. The Beyond program expansion is supposed to enable testing of new emerging aviation concepts and technologies to inform policies, rulemaking, and guidance needed to enable these new concepts and technologies, again, not to be leveraged for wokeness. The government should not stick their nose into America's lifestyle, well-being, and societal preferences by use or leveraging the Beyond program. And that's exactly what my colleague is encouraging. Mr. Speaker, let us not allow the Biden administration to shift attention away from the real problems that Americans face every day. His administration's radical leftist agenda, which they try to creep into every aspect of our lives. I would urge adoption of this very common sense amendment, which focuses on the underlying bill, the true mission of the FAA, which is aviation and the safety in our skies, not wokeness. I reserve.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
At this time, Mr. Speaker, I will yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Washington, the ranking member on the full committee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on the committee, the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, we like to pride ourselves on being boring. We like to let folks know if they want excitement in Congress, there are other committees to attend, to go to, even to be on. The T&I committee is not one of those. We like to think that we're focused on the transportation and infrastructure of the United States and on the things that we need to do to ensure its safety and and building it out. And so I'm confused by this amendment at all, that it exists at all. Because what the amendment is doing is taking out a word, social, that the proponent is defining as something that is not in any way defined by the committee in the way he's defining it. Think about what we're talking about when we talk about the Beyond program and what we would like it to do beyond just looking at economic factors of drones. We want to look at how medical supplies can be delivered to rural areas. That is not an economic factor to look at. That is a social factor to look at. The ability to get health care in rural areas. The ability to assist law enforcement in things like search and rescue. That is not an economic factor. It's a social factor to ensure safer communities. Assisting wildfire responders as they fight wildfires. That is not an economic factor. That's a social issue to protect wildfire responders as well as the communities that are impacted by wildfires. So I'm just really confused. This amendment, had it been in our committee and discussed it, we would have never brought this up because it just doesn't live inside between our ears on the committee, this debate about the problem that people have with social factors. We would have defined we would have realized these social factors are really about the things that I'm talking about here. How do we use the Beyond program to ensure that we can use drones or uncrewed aerial systems, unmanned aerial systems, in order to provide factors that are beyond just the economic factors, just how they help the economy grow. Because they have uses beyond just helping the economy grow. So the Beyond program should be used to help us look at those issues. So I would just ask folks to please let us do a bill that is actually trying to move aviation forward instead of bogging us down in some of these debates that frankly are better left perhaps in other committees but not on the T&I committee. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd yield back.
The gentleman from Georgia reserves.
Gentleman from Georgia reserves.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the intent of my colleague, but I think it should be noted that this serves as a backdoor for a woke agency if it chooses to be so. When we leave these back doors open, what we've seen is a weaponized FBI against American citizens. We've seen a weaponized IRS against American citizens. We've seen a weaponized Justice Department against American citizens. This does nothing more than open the door for the FAA to become weaponized on a social woke agenda. Enough is enough. And yes, it's just a word, and that word should be stricken. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption of my amendment. It's common sense, it's conservative, it's the right thing to do, and it says no more wokeness in our country when it comes to the government and how it rules. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Georgia, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, it's ironic that today we talk about wokeness and we talk about including a word, social, in the impacts that would be studied by the Beyond program. But the truth of the matter is that the Beyond program is a Trump administration program, and the language that the gentleman seeks to eliminate from this authorization bill is the same language that was proposed, introduced, and passed under the Trump administration. So there's no harm then, but now we've got a problem because everybody is anti-woke.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment.
Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to the Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 70, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The FAA reauthorization bill has a section requiring the FAA to conduct research and development to mitigate the impact of turbulence. As part of this, it requires the agency to conduct R&D to understand the impacts of climate change and other factors on the nature of turbulence. My amendment changes this requirement to focus on the impacts of weather rather than climate change. Weather patterns are a common cause of turbulence. Jet streams, storms, and the movements of warm fronts and cold fronts can all cause it. Mr. Speaker, this is, again, a common sense amendment. I urge adoption. I reserve.
Gentleman from, for what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I seek recognition to stand in opposition to this amendment.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to it. This amendment would direct the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to ignore climate change as it studies the impacts of weather on the nature of turbulence. To deny the existence of climate change is to deny reality. There are copious amounts of data to show that climate change has been happening for decades. Recently, we've all experienced consecutive days of 90-plus degree heat here in Washington, D.C., as well as we've seen sustained increases in temperatures across the country. In fact, June 2023 was the hottest June ever recorded on the planet, according to NASA. The scientific definition of weather refers to short-term atmospheric conditions, while climate change refers to long-term patterns and shifts in our climate. The dramatic shifts caused by climate change are not merely weather, and to limit the NOAA's ability to study climate change would neglect our responsibility for ensuring safe air travel. Studying these long-term patterns and understanding how they impact turbulence is critical to putting the best safety practices in place, as well as understanding how to mitigate the impacts of turbulence. The NOAA, must have the authority to gather the data we need to help keep Americans safe in the air, reduce flight delays, and improve our understanding of changing atmospheric conditions. Let us not force NOAA to put its head in the ground while climate change is happening all around us. Therefore, if you're with me and us, you'll oppose this amendment, and I encourage more and the majority of my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as indicated by my colleague, the definition of climate change is a long-term event. A flight and turbulence would be a short-term occurrence. So what we're talking about is weather in a moment on a duration of a flight and how it impacts said flight. It's changing weather, not climate change that's to blame on your flight to and from D.C., Mr. Speaker. We don't measure climate change over duration of a flight, but this is what we're talking about, the duration of a flight, turbulence that impacts flights while they're in the air. As we develop a better understanding of how the weather impacts turbulence, people may better understand how instances of turbulence might differ under different times. And again, Mr. Speaker, what we're trying to say is let us not allow agendas to slip in to the mission. And so I urge adoption of my amendment. This is common sense, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The chair reminds members and staff not to traffic the well. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Long-term weather patterns affect turbulence, and that's what we need to study. We should not deny that there will be long-term effects of climate change. We should not ignore the fact that climate change is real and is happening today. So to force our government to not look at these weather patterns long-term is very short-sighted. Let's plan for this turbulence as we come to grips with climate change, and with that, I will reserve the balance, and I'm ready to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank you to my colleague for his comments. I just want to emphasize that, if we allow or we encourage the FAA to study climate change, if it were, it's going to lead to a boondoggle. The FAA is busy enough. They've got enough on their hands. It makes sense to study weather patterns and to study turbulence. It does not make sense to allow woke ideologies to slip into the mission statement of an agency whose primary charter is to keep those in the air safe. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate your time. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Safe travel in the future depends on the FAA's ability to predict long-term weather patterns. And so that requires us to study the effects of climate change. That's what we need to do now. We need to do it to protect ourselves, our wives, our husbands, our children, our grandparents. We don't want any of our loved ones to die. Let's do the studying that we need in order to mitigate the effects of our previous ignoring of climate change as a phenomenon. Let's study it. Let's come to grips with it. Let's make things safer for the traveling public as we proceed forward. And that's what we're doing under this FAA reauthorization bill. This amendment hurts that process, and for that reason, I oppose it. I ask for my colleagues to do the same, and with that, I will yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentleman
I ask
from
for a
Georgia is
recorded
recognized. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 71, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah.
Gentleman will suspend. Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Utah.
Thank you. I rise in support of my Amendment 356. For 60 years, the federally imposed perimeter rule has limited access and increased costs for Americans flying into Washington Reagan Airport. My amendment is simple. It adds 7 new routes, one for each airline currently operating out of DCA, while preserving all existing flight routes. Congress is long overdue to modernize this arbitrary protectionist federal policy put in place for the economic protection of one airport and one airline. Deliberate misinformation has been circulating widely among my colleagues, and I want to be clear. Our efforts is not about benefiting one airport, one airlines, or any one member of Congress. It's about empowering American consumers by providing more options and greater convenience for people traveling to and from Washington, D.C. For those who have benefited from the monopoly created by the perimeter rule 60 years ago, the message is clear. America, your choices will remain limited and your ticket prices will remain high. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan amendment to help DCA fly into the 21st century. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A claim time in opposition, and with that, I want to recognize Representative from Virginia, Representative Beyer, for 1 minute.
The gentleman's recognized and yields to the gentleman from Virginia for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, falsely advertised as a compromise. No one asked our regional delegation about this, and we were united against adding more air traffic at DCA. DCA is way over capacity. It's the busiest runway in America, one of the shortest, and 25 million people were served last year in an airport designed for 14 million. 20% of the flights are already more than an hour late, and this will only make it worse. This is a congested, complex airspace. Think Capitol, White House, Pentagon, and is third highest in aborted takeoffs and landings, and these safety concerns will only be magnified. And it is not true that this amendment will lower ticket prices. The last time that the Perimeter Plus slots were added, prices went up at both Dulles and DCA. If you use Reagan National now, count on spending many more hours lost on the tarmac or at the gate. Mr. Speaker, why would you ever vote to make your commute worse? I urge my friends to vote no on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to my colleague from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is Georgia is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in agreement with this amendment. It's a compromise, common sense compromise. I rise in support of it. I thank the gentleman for his hard work on this amendment. This amendment would simply increase the average number of flight departures from Reagan National Airport from 400 average per day to 407 flights departing per day. Not anything more than that. And so for those who would oppose this, the only reasons why airlines are opposing this is that they want to limit competition and they want ticket prices to remain highest in the nation, flying in and out of Washington, D.C. When we allow more flights into Washington, D.C. and out of Washington, D.C., we allow more families to come in from west of the Mississippi to visit the nation's capital. We enable more people to come in and work,
Gentleman's
be
time's
more
expired.
efficient. And with that, I ask for my colleagues to
Gentleman's
support
time
this
is
amendment.
expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the Congresswoman from Washington, D.C., Congresswoman Eleanor Holmes Norton. 1 minute.
Gentlewoman from the District of Columbia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, which would increase safety risks, delays, cancellations, diversions, and noise at National Airport, all for the personal convenience of some members of Congress. The Federal Aviation Administration and the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, which manages Reagan National and Dulles airports, have both concluded that increasing the slot and perimeter rules would be harmful to the flying public. The slot and perimeter rules at National Airport exist to ensure operational viability for both National and Dulles International Airports. National and Dulles work as an integrated airport system to meet the needs of the traveling public. Dulles has not only the operational capacity, space, and infrastructure to handle larger long-distance flights and more flights per day than National Airport. National Airport, which already has the busiest runway in the nation, was built as a small regional airport and was never meant to manage flights from across the country. I urge my members to oppose this amendment.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to my colleague from Texas, Ms. Cuellar.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Owen. Thank you for your leadership. And I certainly want to thank also the Texas delegation from San Antonio, Mr. Joaquin Castro, Mr. Chip Roy, Mr. Greg Cosar, Tony Gonzalez, for all working together along with their senators. I rise in support of this amendment to add 7 slots to the Ronald Reagan Washington Airport. Right now, cities like San Antonio cannot get direct flights. The slots added in this amendment will add more cities like San Antonio to have a direct flight. With a population of 1.4 million, San Antonio is the 7th largest city in the U.S. San Antonio is known as Military Town USA and has over 80,000 active duties members and 159 veterans. And Joint Base San Antonio trains more soldiers than any other place in the country, and it's home to the Department of Defense largest military hospital. We got to do this for the veterans. We got to do this for the soldiers. For Militown USA San Antonio, along with the San Antonio delegation, I ask that we pass this amendment. Thank you.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to yield 1 minute to the representative from the great state of Illinois, Representative Bost.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment. I have serious concerns about the existing congestion and limited resources that are at DCA at this time. An additional 14 flights, those 7 slots with 14 flights, certainly stretch resources even further. Over the last 16 months, DCA has had the 5th most ground delay and stop counts in the country. The runway at DCA is also the busiest runway in the entire country. Now, I understand the additional flights to D.C., but I'm concerned that the amount of space and time in the day is limited, and I have serious concerns of how it will negatively affect my constituents. Finally, I also am disappointed that there is no requirement that before an additional flight that the Secretary must certify that they would reduce services to small and medium hub airports, strain the current landside and airside capacity at Reagan Airport, and as a result, increase travel times. And with that, I stand in opposition, and I yield back that balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of the reserve time. Gentleman reserves.
Reserve. I apologize.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to my colleague from Texas, Mr. Roy.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the Speaker. I thank my friend from Utah for leading this amendment. I thank my friends in the San Antonio delegation for standing up for the people of San Antonio who are on the outside looking in. A city of 1.5 million people, 7th largest city, Joint Base San Antonio. And my colleagues on both sides of the aisle just smirk it off and say, oh no, don't disrupt my flights. Don't disrupt my ability to get to my local airports. Well, you know what? Next time you come to San Antonio, explain that to the men and women in uniform serving their country who can't take a flight to Reagan. Because you guys got something in 1966, and now it's a protectionist racket to hold on to something for yourselves. I won't take this flight for the most part, unless I'm going back to San Antonio. I have a direct flight because Austin was exempted, like 10 other cities were exempted. This is 7 slots. It is less than 2% of the total. Stop the protectionist racket. Open it up to competition. 7 airlines, 7 slots. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to direct comments to the chair. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to recognize Representative Whitman of Virginia for a minute, and I yield a minute to the representative.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment, and it is not a racket. This amendment would add 14 flights per day to an already heavily congested Ronald Reagan Airport. It already has 820 flight operations per day. It's not a racket. The addition of 14 flights would further exacerbate an already stressed airport. It's not a racket. With limited gates and physical activity, DCA doesn't have the space to safely process additional flight operations, often resulting in planes sitting on the tarmac waiting. It's not a racket. Not only does Ronald Reagan not have the capacity to support this extension, there are no protections against negative impacts on other complementary flights and other airports in the region. Dulles airports, Richmond, Roanoke, Norfolk. Historically, slots and perimeter exemptions at Reagan have come at the expense of fewer flights for other Virginia airports. It's not a racket. It's not a racket. Without protections ensuring the safety and sustainability at Reagan National and the stability of other regional airports, this amendment would only hinder the current system. It is not a racket. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
I yield 30 seconds to Ms. Castro.
Thank you.
This is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I urge this Congress to support Amendment 71 to H.R. 3935. My city of San Antonio is known as Military City, USA. It's home to tens of thousands of soldiers, airmen, intelligence professionals, and cybersecurity experts who need direct access to Washington, D.C. I hope that folks will support this amendment, support our airmen, our soldiers, and support national security. I yield back.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I inquire how much time we have left on this side?
Gentleman from Washington has 1 minute remaining.
Choose to reserve at this time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Utah, you have 30 seconds remaining. You are recognized. Gentleman from Utah, you are recognized.
I yield to my friend from Utah, Mr. Moore, 30 seconds.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized for what's remaining of 30 seconds.
Thank you. I have half the time that I wanted. All this amendment is doing is adding 7 flights. 7 flights, because in 1966 we went with an overregulated approach, and the citizens of the Western United States need to be able to come to the nation's capital. It's the most expensive place to travel to. All we're trying to do is lower prices and increase competition. Traditionally, very conservative principles that we all should be able to support. We all support the free market. We have to be able to look and say, things were different in 1966 than they are now. Planes are quieter.
Gentleman's time has expired.
This is not a safety issue. This is simply
Gentleman's time has expired.
Special interest playing over here. Let the free market
no longer
decide.
recognized. Gentleman is no longer recognized. Gentleman from Utah's time has expired. Yields back. Gentleman from Washington, you are recognized. You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just close. Clearly, not only is it an issue that invokes passion among members, it's also very bipartisan. It's going to be bipartisan in opposition and bipartisan in support, and we expected that on the committee, which is why we had asked for the Rules Committee to put something in order on the floor so we could have this debate and let the will of the House take its course. I just would note, though, in my informal survey of members on my side of the aisle, the 7 slot pairs have been committed only 36 times already. The point is there's a lot of overpromising taking place about which cities are going to be served by this deal. The problem with that is it's 1 is too many and 100 is not enough. But the supply of runway at DCA is so small it can't handle what it's taking now, much less what increased demand will bring to it. It's a difficult issue, and members are going to be voting for and against on both sides. And so we look forward to that vote, and with that, I yield back.
Fired. Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Chair.
What purpose does the gentleman from Washington arise?
On that, we ask for a recorded vote so the will of the House can speak on this issue.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Utah will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got an amendment at the desk, number 73.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes a section that allows the administration to consider expanding the CLEAN program. Now, as a reminder, the CLEAN program, the FAA provides awards to industry to develop and integrate technology that will reduce noise, emissions, and fuel burn. Now, looking over some of the projects, some of them aren't completely useless. Improvements to wing performance and thermal efficiency for turbines may well contribute to cost savings. But that actually begs the question, why can't these projects be funded by private industry alone? Surely if they improve fuel efficiency, that's a clear profit-driven motive to invest in new technologies. The program also funds the development of quote-unquote alternative jet fuels, which is just another facet of the left's crusade to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to meet completely arbitrary and unscientific targets. The administration aims to achieve quote-unquote net zero greenhouse gas emissions from the aviation sector by 2050. Now, I want you to think about that because you won't be flying when that happens. The so-called sustainable aviation fuel is critical to achieving this foolhardy goal. However, this fuel doesn't change the physics of an engine. The engine still emits carbon dioxide. Instead, emissions are actually produced out of waste products like cooking oil and agricultural waste instead of fossil fuels. And then the engine burns that. That's what you're paying for. The program makes taxpayers pay for that fuel. These fuels are extremely expensive and not widely adopted, as low as 0.1% at last counting. The CLEAN program acknowledges these shortcomings. CLEAN Phase 2 simply furthered the understanding of key biofuel properties and demonstrating viability of them. So it acknowledges it actually not really changing anything. We're just spending a lot of money burning cooking oil in an aviation engine. There's absolutely no reason we should actually be expanding this program. It's pouring taxpayer dollars into technologies into which the public sector is unwilling to invest. They're unwilling to invest because there's no money in this. The only way it works is if the taxpayers pour all their money into it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
I rise to claim time in opposition.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. This amendment would strike the requirement that the FAA administrator consider expanding the CLEAN program, which stands for Continuous Lower Energy Emission and Noise Program, to new entrants. Now, I want to be clear, it doesn't necessarily mean new technologies or different kinds of technologies, as much as it can also mean new companies that are looking to do the same thing but do it better. To ensure that the FAA administrator is not continually approving grants to existing companies that are already in the program who may not be succeeding, we want to be sure the FAA administrator is looking beyond the current slate of companies that are applying. In addition to that, of course, there are new entrants in the airspace. There's more use, there's more projected use of even electronic aircraft. In the future, hydrogen is being looked at as a fuel for aviation. Not tomorrow, and maybe not in 5 years, but certainly within the next 10 to 15 years. And doing some of the early work in this field is very important, so the FAA administrator needs the authority and the freedom to do just that. This amendment is pulling back on some of the innovation that we, frankly, can only look to the government to do so that it builds the foundation for the private sector to build upon, and sometimes in this industry to take off as well. So I would ask folks to oppose this amendment, let the administrator continue to administer the CLEAN program, but send a clear message that they need to be looking beyond the regular sort of entrance that they're getting into this program, and look to the future of aviation when they look at the CLEAN program. With that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank the chairman. My friend on the other side of the aisle is a good man. He's just, I think, misdirected on this occasion. Look, I'll be clear. I don't want the administrator to be spending time approving this contractor or that contractor. I don't want him doing any of it. And as far as hydrogen, I marvel at this premise that somehow the government is the only one that can figure this out. Somehow this country invented the internal combustion engine, the light bulb, the airplane, went to space. But heaven forbid we can figure this out without the government, without these taxpayers being forced to pay for it. The third phase of the CLEAN program is awarding more than $100 million for aircraft and engine companies to develop and demonstrate aircraft technologies that reduce fuel use, emissions, and noise. Relating to sustainable aviation gas, CLEAN funds are trying to research higher blends of biofuels to petroleum-based fuels, which can affect seal performance. On average, this fuel costs 3 to 5 times more than conventional jet fuel. We already have the jet fuel. It's already efficient. It's already clean. We've already reduced emissions more than all the other countries combined. We already met the Paris Climate Accord requirements without even being in the accord. Now, other barriers to the adoption include risks related to adoption, including safety. Ladies and gentlemen, as a person who has sat behind the stick, who's been up in the air, I can tell you the pucker factor is pretty high when the engine quits. I don't know about you, but I don't want to be experimenting with fuel while I'm up in the air. And I don't want the pilots up front to be forced to experiment with it because the government says so. We have something that works. The private sector can figure this out. They can invest in it. They can pay for it, and they can perfect it. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is a race on. There is a race on in aviation, a race to implement and use new fuels that are more efficient, that are also cleaner. There's a race on, and other countries and regions of the world are investing in that race, putting their companies at a competitive advantage over the U.S.-based companies. The CLEAN program is one of our tools to participate in that race. The CLEAN program also helps us invest in fuel efficiency, in the fuel efficiency of aviation, which has helped reduce aviation fuel burn in this country. It's a direct relationship between the goodness of the taxpayer investment in the CLEAN program to the new fuel-efficient airplanes that we see being used today and the fuel-efficient engines that we see being used today. The next version of that, the next step of that race is in sustainable aviation fuel, it's in electric propulsion, and in the future, it's hydrogen propulsion. There is quite a bit of private sector investment going on in the use of hydrogen as a fuel to move things, including airplanes. Now, we're not quite there yet in this country in the private sector, but no one else is either. I want to win that race, and part of winning that race is ensuring that the federal government is a partner in winning that race. And winning that race in aviation is ensuring that FAA has tools like CLEAN to be sure that it is a partner with airlines, with entrepreneurs, with innovators who want us to participate in this race. So I'd ask folks to oppose this amendment, and with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania
Mr.
is
Chairman,
recognized.
can I inquire as to the time remaining?
Gentleman has 30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We don't need to provide more subsidies to support this climate-smart agricultural practice and production of aviation biofuel feedstocks. Actually makes your food more expensive because we're burning your fuel in an aircraft instead of pumping it out of the ground where the fuel has come from and has worked very, very well. Up to $3 billion in DOE loan guarantees. I want to win the race too. But the federal government picking winners and losers ensures that we probably will lose the race because we're going to pick the wrong one, as the federal government normally does. Once again, this is an absurd policy, and if it were viable at all, the private sector would invest in it. I urge adoption, and I yield the balance.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Washington, you are recognized, and you have 1.5 minutes remaining.
If going to the moon in 1969 was viable at all, the private sector would have done it. It didn't. We did it. America did it, and America did it with investment. I'm not making the wild claim exactly that going to the moon is exactly this kind of race that we're faced with. But there's a clear role for the federal government to play in a partnership with innovators and entrepreneurs to ensure that the next generation of innovation in aviation happens in the United States and not elsewhere. So I would ask folks to support the CLEAN program, to not limit its use, and to oppose this amendment. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington rise?
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 74, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk, number 74.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
I thank the chairman. And just like the last amendment, this amendment recognizes the fact that our country is out of money. We're borrowing money to pay our bills, and we're paying for things that we can't afford, paying for things that these folks can't afford. Mr. Chairman, this amendment reduces the authorization levels in Section 101, which is airport planning, Section 103, which is operations, and Section 1111, which is research and development. The authorization levels in the underlying bill represent a significant increase from the levels set by Congress in the 2018 reauthorization bill. For example, the underlying bill raises the authorizations by significant amounts from FY23 to FY24. 101 by $650 million, 103 by $1.2 billion, and 1111 by $41 million. This amendment reduces the growth of these authorization levels while still increasing the funds authorized for FAA, resulting in a net savings of nearly $5 billion. So we're going to raise the level of understanding and recognize inflation caused by out-of-control spending in this place. We're going to recognize that and understand that the FAA still has to continue to operate, but we're not going to raise it so much. Our national debt is out of control, and it is in this mindless, rapid growth of spending in Washington that has put our nation on the brink of catastrophe. Moreover, this massive increase in funding is not resulting in a safer or more efficient FAA mission. That's their mission: safety, more efficiency. It instead represents a significant misallocation of resources to woke and green missions at the expense of safety and financial sanity. We must reorient the FAA back to its original mission, ensure the funding we provide to them is appropriate to meet the moment while not wasting taxpayer resources. With that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I rise to claim the time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would slash funding authorization levels for the Airport Improvement Program, the AIP, FAA operations and maintenance, and research and development efforts. The Transportation and Infrastructure Committee overwhelmingly agreed that AIP funding must be increased to $4 billion annually in order to fund critical programs across the FAA and invest in our aviation industry. This amendment would slash that funding level and impede the full funding of grants and projects to address the pressing infrastructure needs of airports across the country. It would also significantly decrease FAA operations and maintenance funding, which jeopardizes the effectiveness of the agency amidst growing demands placed upon the aviation industry. Finally, this amendment cuts agreed-upon funding for the FAA's research and development activities on aircraft safety, on environmental impact mitigation, on airport infrastructure, and on human factors and new airspace entrants, among other important issues. Cutting this critical funding would undermine U.S. aerospace innovation and our leadership in the global aviation sector. Moreover, it would put public safety at risk. And for those reasons, I oppose the amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I will reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman from the other side of the aisle, but I want to clarify. It's not a cut. We're actually increasing the spend, just not as much. Now, I know in Washington, oh my goodness, who knew the request was up to $4 billion? I imagine they'd take more than $4 billion if we gave it to them. We're broke. Hello, America. Wake up, everybody. I got a news flash for you. We don't have any more money. We're borrowing money to pay the bills. We're borrowing money to pay the bills. We're borrowing money to pay for things that we can't afford. That's what we're trying to fix here. Look, if you want to save some money somewhere else and spend it more here, I'm all ears. Let's talk about it. But something has to give. These people can't afford anymore. And they're not getting more out of this. Like, look, I've been in the room. I used to sit on appropriations in the State House. I know how it goes. Well, we spent this much this year or last year. We're just going to add some more this year. Nobody goes through line by line and says, oh, well, this costs this much more because concrete costs X and labor costs Y. Nobody does that. They just add money to it. It's all arbitrary, and we all know it. Everybody in this place knows it. That's why we should spend less, because we don't have the money to spend. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we've got the money to shore up our nuclear defense capability, more and more nuclear weapons, we certainly have the ability to keep these people up here safe as they fly in and out of Washington, D.C. Families, business people, the flying public deserves Congress to fully fund what consensus has arrived at. This is what Americans want us to do. They want us to arrive at consensus. And this FAA reauthorization bill is a bipartisan effort, and all of the figures were arrived at in a bipartisan way, and we present this to the American people for their protection and for their safety. And I would I agree that there may be cuts that may be necessary, but not to this particular program. And with that, I respectfully disagree with my friend on the other side of the aisle, and I'll ask my colleagues to join me in being opposed to this amendment. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire as to the time remaining?
How much? 1 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Since my good friend brought it up, bipartisan agreement. So the world knows it. It was a bipartisan agreement here, known in Congress as what's called a Four Corners deal. 2 on their side, 2 on our side. There are 435 members of Congress. I wasn't involved. I wasn't one of the 4. You weren't one of the 4. Nobody else here was one of the 4. They decided to spend all these billions of dollars. They didn't come to me and say, well, we need this much for concrete and this much for research, because they decided, and this is what's in the bill. And heaven forbid anybody challenge it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we do not have the money. We should reduce the authorization. It's still an increase, just not as much. It recognizes the fact that our country is broke. With that, I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the Speaker for indulgence here. Fact is, we've got the money, and we need to spend this money to promote the public welfare and the public safety. That's what we are doing with this expenditure. with this authorization for that expenditure, and I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting public safety and the safety of the flying public. We have the first-class air aviation system in the world. We need to keep it that way. We have to invest in it. That's what this is all about. We don't need to divest and put our public at risk. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that my colleagues vote to oppose this amendment, and with that, I will yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise?
I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 75, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I've got an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
Pursuant to House Resolution 597, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, and a member opposed will each control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment strikes vertiport, the word vertiport, from the definition of heliport for the purposes of AIP funding, the same funding that the gentleman on the other side of the aisle just mentioned that we need so much of. And as a helicopter pilot, I'm very interested in the funding for heliports, but vertiports are going to use some of that funding, meanwhile not paying anything in. Just let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, vertiports exist for the purpose of advanced air mobility and electric vertical takeoff and landing, or eVTOL vehicles, which only exist in prototype and other nascent stages. eVTOL is so immature in its development that there's a reality index that actually exists. Advanced Air Mobility Reality Index. The reality index ranks companies and essentially determines whether there's a reality that these things are ever going to even come to the market, be produced, and be viable. Is that something we should be investing in? These are ranked and combined to describe the likelihood of the aircraft certification and production on scale. Again, this is a ranking of the likelihood that these things even get produced, much less used. Furthermore, if these vehicles become the norm, Jetson style, like their proponents envision, allowing AAM vehicles to receive the benefits of the Airport and Airway Trust Fund without paying into it, evokes the same debate we're currently having about the government-mandated transition to electric automobiles, which don't pay into the highway fund. They don't pay in, but they use it. Same thing here. These vehicles want to use it, but they don't want to pay into it. So they're robbing from everybody else that has to use it, that actually currently exist and are used. I haven't even gotten into the drawbacks of the potential vehicles, but how about being concerned about adequate storage for hazardous materials to respond to lithium and other critical mineral-related fires? The fires are challenging enough for firefighters to address on the ground or at sea, let alone having them occur between skyscrapers. And if you wonder, do these fires actually exist, you can just search the internet. It's widely known. You can see the electric vehicles burning at the charger, burning people's garages, burning. There's a problem because they're unstable. Now, if you want to get in the air and fly in one of these things, God bless you. But your money is going to be transferred to deal with these things that don't pay into the fund. They don't pay anything in, but yet they're going to draw money out. This system works when the users pay into it. That's how it works. Otherwise, these folks up here are going to have to pay extra because there's not going to be enough money in the fund to pay for all of it without a reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Move to claim time in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman from Georgia is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I speak in opposition to the amendment. My friend on the other side is well-intentioned on this. However, we may be putting the cart before the horse. This bill would strike the requirement in the underlying bill for the FAA to update the definitions in regulation to classify vertiports as a subset of heliports. The term vertiport is already being used in the advanced air mobility AAM industry to describe points at which these advanced aircraft can safely take off and land. The updated definition in the underlying bill will help to create a unified system for vertical aviation infrastructure, including for electric aircraft, and provides necessary regulatory certainty for this emerging sector to grow in the United States, and also sets the stage for the assessment of revenue by which we can continue to keep the system upgraded and available for all, including these aircraft that will use the vertiport. And for that reason, this is about planning for the future, laying in the regulatory groundwork for the future. For that reason, or for the reason that we need to do this, that's why I oppose this amendment, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. And with that, I will reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentleman for the clarification, and I marvel at the fact that we can include the definition and the term in preparation for something that right now doesn't really exist practically. It's in people's minds, and it's on a computer. There's prototypes out there. We can do that, but we can't find any way to charge and make sure that they're paying their fair share into the fund that they're going to use the infrastructure of, right? The infrastructure is created by the fund, and they're going to use it, but they ain't going to pay. We can't figure that out, but we sure can make sure that they have access to everything else that everyone is paying for. Ladies and gentlemen, in Washington, D.C., this is how things go awry. This is how you go broke. This is how you can't afford things that you need to do, like pay for your highways, filled with now electric vehicles that aren't paying into the system, pay nothing for the roads that they're on, weighing in excess thousands of pounds of most of the regular cars that are using the road now that are paying the fee. And you know what we're going to do because we're so brilliant, because that's working so well? We're going to double down and do it in the air as well. That's awesome. It's not awesome, ladies and gentlemen. You know what else is not awesome? Most of the materials sourced in this stuff come from the communist Chinese, made by slave labor, whether it's the actual slave labor in concentration camps in East Turkestan, or whether it's the child slave labor in the Congo, feeding the Chinese machine, feeding the machine here, so we can virtue signal that we're doing everything clean, we're electrified, and we're not going to charge anybody for it. Somebody's going to pay. Mr. Chairman, I urge adoption of the amendment. I yield the balance.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sometimes we do need to raise revenue, and I look forward to supporting any proposals that my friend on the other side would propose out of fairness, I think. I mean, no one segment should be able to get a free ride. So I would appreciate that. But the fact of the matter is that most of my friends on the other side of the aisle have already signed on to the Grover Norquist No New Tax Pledge. And so for years they have neglected to raise revenues where appropriate, and they will continue to abide by the pledge that they have given. So far, I don't see any yield in that trajectory. So, but fact is, we're going to have to raise some revenue as we move forward, and I look forward to working with the gentleman in that endeavor. And with that, I would ask my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I would yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I'd ask for a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania will be postponed. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
The Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 3935, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration H.R. 3935 and has come to no resolution thereon. The Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations that was declared in Executive Order 13581 of July 24, 2011, under which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 13863 of March 15, 2019, is to continue in effect beyond July 24, 2023. The activities of significant transnational criminal organizations have reached such scope and gravity that they threaten the stability of international political and economic systems. Such organizations are becoming increasingly sophisticated and dangerous to the United States. They are increasingly entrenched in the operations of foreign governments and the international financial system, thereby weakening democratic institutions, degrading the rule of law, and undermining economic markets. These organizations facilitate and aggravate violent civil conflicts and increasingly facilitate the activities of other dangerous persons. Significant transnational criminal organizations continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency with respect to significant transnational criminal organizations declared in Executive Order 13581. Signed sincerely, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., the White House, July 19, 2023.
Referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs and ordered printed. The Chair moves before the House an enrolled bill.
Senate 111, an act to require each agency in providing notice of a rulemaking to include a link to a 100-word plain language summary of the proposed rule.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares that the House is in recess subject to the call of the Chair.
Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to recommit on H.R. 3941 and passage of H.R. 3941 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 20-minute vote, as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 3941 offered by the gentleman from New Mexico, Mr. Vasquez, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 3941, offered by Mr. Vasquez of New Mexico.
The questions on agreeing to the motion to recommit, members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 200, the nays are 212. Not adopted. The motion is not adopted. The question's on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. And without objection, what purpose?
Just the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote in the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. One minute remaining.
Have all members voted? Do any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 222, the nays are 201. The bill is passed without objection. A motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 597 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House in committee of the whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 3935. Will the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions, kindly take the chair? You got it.
The House of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 3935, which your clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Title 49 United States Code to reauthorize and approve the Federal Aviation Administration and other civil aviation programs and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 75, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147, offered by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, has been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 10 by Mr. Longworthy of New York. Amendment number 27 by Mr. Frensta of Iowa. Amendment number 29 by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 33 by Mr. Gosar of Arizona. Amendment number 35 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 36 by Ms. Miller, Illinois. Amendment number 44 by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan. Amendment number 47 by Mr. Issa of California. Amendment 48 by Mr. Jackson of Texas. Amendment number 50 by Mr. Kane of New Jersey. Amendment number 62 by Mr. McCormick of California. Amendment 64 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 65 by Ms. Miller of Illinois. Amendment number 68 by Mr. Obernolle of California. Amendment number 69 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 70 by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee. Amendment number 71 by Mr. Owens of Utah. Amendment number 73 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 74 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 75 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. The clerk will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a reported vote on number 10, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Longworthy, upon which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by the voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 10, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Langworthy of New York.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this amendment,
Mrs. Stansberry. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Van Orden. Mr. Van Orden votes no.
on this amendment, the yeas are 243, the nays are 139. 191. The amendment is adopted. Yeah, if I could read. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 27, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Fenstra, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the yeas prevailed by a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Feenstra of Iowa.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 2-minute vote.
One minute. All members voted.
This vote is the yeas 200.
Mr. Johnson of Georgia. Mr. Johnson of Georgia votes no. Ms. Lee of California. Ms. Lee of California votes no. Mr. Crawford. Mr. Crawford votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Hudson voted aye. Mr. Whitman. Mr. Whitman votes aye. Mr. McCall. Mr. McCall votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas were 203, the nays 231. The amendment is not agreed to. The unofficial business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 29, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Fitzpatrick, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the aye votes prevailed by votes for it. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number has risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 392, the nays 41. The amendment is agreed to. The unofficial business and the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 33, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147, by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed in a voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 33, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number has risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 193, the nays are 236. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 35, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 35, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having been risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 170.
Mr. Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie votes aye. More. I'm getting my exercise. Mr. Arrington. Mr. Arrington. Off, no, on, aye. Mr. Arrington.
On this vote, the yeas are 176.
Ms. Patterson. Ms. Patterson voted no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes no. Mr. Williams of New York. Mr. Williams of New York votes aye.
For real this time. On this vote, the yeas are 177, the nays are 258. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on the amendment number 36, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 141, the nays are 294. The motion is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 44, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Huizenga of Michigan.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 220, the nays are 215. The amendment is not adopted. Is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Issa of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number have risen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. All members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 214, the nays are 219. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 47 printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, on which the further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 223.
Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 211, the nays are 224. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Keene, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Kane of New Jersey.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 240, the nays are 195. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 62, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 62, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. McClintock of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 386. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 64, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 64, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device, and this will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the ayes are 216, the nays are 219. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 65, printed in Part A of the House Report 118-147 by the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller, on which the further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 65, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mrs. Miller of Illinois.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Vote. The yeas are 181, the nays are 254. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 68, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Obernolte, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 68, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147. Offered by Mr. Obernolte of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. Seconds. The yeas are 229, the nays are 205. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 69, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 69, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. A 2-minute vote. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 191, the nays are 244. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 70, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 206, the nays are 227. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 71, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes were prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 71, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Owens of Utah.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 229. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 73, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 120.
Mr. Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes no.
On this vote, the yeas are 127, the nays are 308. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 4074, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 74, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. Members voted. Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 381. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 75, printed in Part A of House Report 118-147 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 75, printed in Part A of House Report number 118-147, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of a request of a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 45, the nays are 387. The amendment is not adopted. Right now? Yeah. What is it? For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Missouri rise?
Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, I move that the committee do now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration H.R. 3935, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union reports that committee has had under consideration H.R. 3935 and has come to no resolution thereon.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection. The House will be in order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection. The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the month of July as National Ice Cream Month and celebrate America's favorite frozen dairy treat. As the weather gets hotter and the days get longer, there truly is nothing like a bowl of sweet and smooth ice cream to help turn down the heat. Dedicated in the United States by the late President Ronald Reagan, National Ice Cream Month serves to boast spirits in cold temperatures, especially on a day as warm as this one. Not just a staple of the American diet, American ice cream also boosts local communities. Keep an eye out for more than half of ice cream shops in the United States that are family-owned and have been in operation for more than 50 years. Not only can you support local scoop shops the entire month throughout the summer, enjoy the sweetest month of the year by supporting local businesses and industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, tonight we passed H.R. 3941, the Schools Not Shelters Act, sponsored by my friend and colleague from New York, Representative Mark Molinaro. Unfortunately, this legislation is necessary response to President Biden's border crisis, which has been made worse by the sanctuary city policies of New York Democrats. We're seeing illegal immigration spill into communities across the state, including in my district in Western New York. When Mayor Eric Adams and Governor Kathy Hochul announced their plan to take over campuses across the state and turn them into migrant housing, it struck many parents, including me, as an insult. Our investment of billions of taxpayer dollars for award-winning schools like our SUNY campuses is thrown away to become migrant camps. The Schools Not Shelters Act sends a clear message that our nation values the education and well-being of our children above all else. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to support this measure and to put our children first. And I yield back, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Securing Growth and Robust Leadership in American Aviation Act will impact anyone boarding a plane in the United States. The bill improves runway safety, enhances cybersecurity, and upgrades the all-important air traffic control system. It also works to address staffing shortages facing the airlines, the FAA, and the NTSB. House Republicans have crafted an FAA authorization bill of substance, one that makes critical improvements in aviation and promotes oversight over the agencies regulating the industry. And we'll see even more oversight if my amendment is passed. It requires the Government Accountability Office to issue a report explaining what caused the thousands of flight cancellations around the July 4th holiday. Madam Speaker, you won't find many existing diversity and inclusion programs in this legislation, but you will find policies that make the skies safer for all passengers, no matter their race or their background. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, President Biden's Department of Homeland Security announced that they did not know the location of nearly 40% of the illegal immigrants who have entered our nation. The failed catch and release policies that have been championed for the past 2 years have led to the chaos and the confusion that has made each and every state a border state. Since Joe Biden took office, there have been more than 5.5 million illegal crossings at our southern border. And now, liberal-run cities are attempting to use our schools as shelters for illegal immigrants. These policies have only worsened the situation, and it's time for his administration to return to solutions that will address the crisis. It's time to reinstate Title 42. It's time to stop using our schools to house illegal immigrants. And it is time to fully secure our border. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of Bobby Blue Smith. On Thursday, June 22nd, 2023, Ware County lost not only a beloved member of their community, but also a brave hero. Bobby Blue Smith was born on July 12, 1998 in Waycross, Georgia, to Bobby Green Smith and Crystal Blue Freeman. After he graduated from Pierce County High School in 2017, he began working for the Ware County Fire Department, as well as Hodges Plumbing and Walker's Lawn Care. Blue was a light in his community. He was a follower of Christ who took every opportunity to love and uplift his family and friends, as well as strangers. He enjoyed fishing, hunting, and spending quality time with his family, and he never missed an opportunity to ride buggies at Fat Daddy's ATV park. Blue bravely served his community for years, and he will be deeply missed by everyone who was blessed enough to know and love him. He is survived by his parents and siblings, along with many other relatives and friends who loved him dearly. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Biden administration's radical open borders policy
turned every community into a border community. Since President Biden took office, CPB officials have encountered a record high 5.5 million illegal immigrants at the southern border, and nearly 2 million of those have been released into our nation. Unfortunately, to deal with this crisis, liberal cities such as New York City are planning to house migrants in public schools, setting a dangerous precedent. This brings an unnecessary problem that administrators are simply not equipped to handle, nor should they have to. That's unacceptable, which is why I'm proud to join my colleagues in passing the Schools Not Shelters Act. This legislation would ban the use of taxpayer-funded public schools as shelters for illegal migrants. America's schools should be focused on providing the best opportunities for students, not be forced to deal with the repercussions of President Biden's failure to secure the border. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, the House Committee on Oversight and Accountability heard the testimony of 2 IRS whistleblowers who revealed how the Department of Justice interfered in the investigation of the foreign business dealings of the Biden family. During this oversight hearing, we learned that Hunter Biden received money from China and other countries. Today's hearing made it apparent that there are 2 sets of rules in this country, one for the Biden family and another for the rest of us. If people in my district even did a small amount of what Hunter Biden did, they would serve time in jail. Instead of receiving full accountability from the Justice Department, the 2 IRS whistleblowers confirmed that the Attorney General was not impartial in the investigation. Further, they revealed that President Biden not only knew about Hunter Biden's corrupt foreign business deals, but he was in the room for the deals. Hunter Biden, with full knowledge and participation of then Vice President Biden, leveraged his family name during these shady business deals, which is absolutely an abuse of power and not an appropriate use of the office of the Vice President. If the DOJ will not do his job and complete a thorough investigation, then it is up to Congress to provide the accountability needed. Iowans want to have full faith in our criminal justice system, and that starts with an equal application of the law. I'd also like to wish a happy birthday to my brother-in-law, Ralph Martino. Happy birthday, Ralph. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to rest the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the distinguished gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, it ought to be obvious, American schools are for American students. This should not be a controversial statement, yet in the last few months, cities such as New York and Chicago, for example, across the U.S. have started to use schools as shelters for illegal immigrants. All of this is a result of the Biden administration's failed border policies that have turned every state into a border state, regardless if they're actually near the border. The policies have only further encouraged more illegal immigration because of the promise of illegal immigrants being allowed to remain in our country with proper process and cushy food and housing. The tab for all this, of course, is being picked up by the American taxpayer. The recent expansion of these programs into schools is an insult to the reason public schools even exist, to provide a free education that teaches the kids necessary skills for them to be successful in life, all of which stand to be disrupted by illegal immigrants being housed in their school gyms, classrooms, and taking up the resources that rightly belong to the American students. This is why we need the Schools Not Shelters Act by Mr. Molinaro from New York. We can't guarantee who are even coming into these shelters or if the information we have on them is at all accurate. And we certainly can't promise parents that there will be no harm to their kids. A controlled border solves these issues, and the Schools Not Shelters Act is a very important key to starting on that. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman from California have a motion? For what purposes does the gentleman from California seek to be recognized?
Madam Speaker, I move that this House be adjourned this evening.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.